Oh, yes.
You're not getting a property tax refund.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Costing us more than it would normally cost us.
It's 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Invite everyone to please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Kathy, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Jim Dombeck.
Here.
Steve Nelson.
Here.
James Shiloh.
Here.
Julian Davey.
Here.
Jeff Jacobson.
Here.
Eric Jones.
Present.
Kristen Wren. Here. Quorum's present.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda as proposed? Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as proposed?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call.
Jones.
Yes.
Nelson.
Yes.
Wren.
Yes.
Shiloh.
Yes.
Davey.
Yes.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Dombeck.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Is there a motion to approve the NIA consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call.
Nelson.
Yes.
Wren.
Yes.
Shiloh.
Yes.
Davey.
Yes.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Dombeck.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay, at this time, I would like to convene a hearing on the fiscal year 21 District 427 budget. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the budget this evening? The record should reflect that no one came forward to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to submit written materials concerning the budget? The record should reflect that no one submitted written materials, and I will close the budget hearing.
Jim, I did just want to review our two slides right here that was presented with the tentative budget. So just to review our budget goals, they are to be transparent, to have open communication, and then to inform the community of our goals and strategic design and how it aligns to our district budget. And then just from our tentative budget presentation, if you go to the next slide, David, we are projecting a deficit of about $300,000. This budget does include a pretty large contingency just because of the unknowns for this school year. So I just wanted to present those two at this time.
We'll have a chance to talk a little bit more about that later on the agenda when the budget comes up. So, is there anyone in the audience this evening who wishes to address the board? All right, if you would please come forward and stand at the microphone to address the board. State your name, address, and if you would limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Hello, I'm Kathleen Valdi, and I live on Crippen Drive in Sycamore, Illinois. I have a 9th grader in the district. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. Over the last few weeks, there has been talk about making data-driven decisions. Tonight, I'm here to comment on the process by which the school district has collected some data. Last Thursday, the families received an email asking for our feedback on remote learning. The email had a link to a survey that consisted only of closed-ended questions in which families had to pick the response that best applied to their situation. In some cases, selecting a response was challenging because there were not choices that reflected the experiences of families in the district. One question asked about our child signing on and completing work. The choices were yes, no. But in many cases, the picture is not that simple. Problems with Wi-Fi, Google Meet not letting students in, et cetera, mean that some children try to sign in to complete work, but they're not always successful, and the option of sometimes did not exist. We were asked if our children preferred synchronous, asynchronous, or if they had no preference. Again, these were inadequate choices. The picture is not that simple. My son prefers synchronous, except when it doesn't work. When the technology is not working, he would much rather have asynchronous, so he's not losing out on his learning opportunities. I did not answer the 2 questions in the survey, thinking I would have an opportunity to provide feedback on these questions somewhere in the survey. However, that opportunity did not exist. The survey was flawed and inadequate. Because I was not able to explain in the survey why I had not responded to some questions, I emailed the district. An email that went unanswered until today. And it was only answered because someone flagged for Superintendent Wilder that I had shared my email with the school board, and in sharing had said the district had not answered. Mr. Wilde's response to me was dismissive. His response did not address my concerns with the 2 questions or my concerns that the overall survey does not provide adequate information about families' experiences. He told me they intended the survey to be brief, and he went on to say that because the district continues to get emails about the pros and cons of remote learning and hybrid learning, they have anecdotal data they need. But they don't. The survey was sent to families for our feedback on remote learning. The emails the district received are from some families, but not all families. The survey was sent under the guise that our feedback was wanted, but the messages I've received about the survey and my concerns was that my feedback was not wanted, nor was it important. The anecdotal evidence that Mr. Wilder claims to have is just that, anecdotal. It cannot be used to explain the responses of this survey because families did not have the opportunity to say why they responded the way they responded. In framing the questions and offering closed-ended responses, the district is controlling the story. That story, which is based on the collected data, will likely be used as evidence to support decisions and plans. I encourage all of you to ask hard questions about that survey and the data that was obtained. I also ask you to keep in mind that the anecdotal evidence that is provided was not systematically collected. It is not part of the survey that was sent to the families. I keep hearing evidence is important in our decisions. I submit the quality of the data, and the evidence is also incredibly important. And I question the quality of the data from this survey. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Fioretto. I have 2 students in the district, elementary student in 3rd grade and a high school who is junior. I've come and talked to you guys a couple times over the course of the last few weeks, and I appreciate your time and I appreciate everything the teachers are doing. I agree with the last speaker on everything she just hit on. I'm here to explain to you what happened to my son last week. My son is in 3rd grade. They are using Google Classroom. He was kicked out of the Google Classroom because of an issue with Google at 11 or 10:30 last Wednesday. He was not able to get back and have a teacher-led instruction until Friday at 10:30. He was not able to get any instruction from a teacher on Thursday. He was not able to get into his Google Classroom Meet on Friday until 10:30. The teacher is constantly freezing up. They are still having the issue as of today. Students were constantly getting kicked out of the 9:30 or the 9 o'clock meeting this morning. So hopefully this does not continue beyond the 9 weeks, but if this does, something needs to change because technology is failing these kids. My daughter who's in high school, she's getting by, but she has her issues. She's able to sustain what she needs to do. My son who is in 3rd grade, he cannot sustain the way he is going right now. It is very difficult. It is very difficult for my wife and I to do it. We both work, rotating schedules, so one of us is home, but technology is failing these kids, especially the little ones, and something needs to change, and you guys have the power to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tyler Carter. My address is 985 Hamilton Drive, and I'm actually a senior at the Sycamore High School. And to start this off, I just want to say that we're all feeling really hurt due to the fact that there are actually schools nationwide that are working around COVID-19. And I'm actually very embarrassed by the fact that our school is not able to. And I'm also just very disappointed in how this whole e-learning thing is turning out because I have ADHD. I'm not going to want to sit down in front of a computer from, let's say, 7 to 1. I'm not going to want to do that. I just can't physically sit there for that long. It's just not something I can do. And I just want to say that when we are in the asynchronous days, if I have a lesson in math and I have a question, it's a video. I'm not going to sit there and email my teacher 20 million times to figure out what the question is, what the answer is to the question. How am I supposed to work around that? She's got classes to do. I can't go to my sibling right here because she's in a class. So am I going to wait all day till this teacher is done with her classes or for her to get back to me? Like, what am I supposed to do in that situation? I'm just very embarrassed in the fact that this is actually going on. I understand that this is a pandemic, but I feel like there's definitely more that we can do in this situation. The other thing is that I hear that there's elementary schools going back to school, and I hear that we, as high schoolers, are more mature. I don't think that maturity is really the thing that we're looking at right here. I think that I'm a senior, I've worked 13 years, whatever the years are, I don't know, 13, whatever. I'm not doing this just to sit at home in front of my Chromebook that is going to be slow and has not good Wi-Fi. Like, that's not what I want to be doing. I could be out on a job site making money. Instead, I'm just wasting my time here with my senior year. Like, this, in my opinion, this just doesn't even matter to me. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby Carter, and I'm one of 3 seniors in my house this year. Now, obviously, this is not how any student, or senior for that matter, wants to start their school year. But I have patiently listened and watched as Sycamore has organized and reorganized the school plan to fit the needs of the present times, even when they weren't what I wanted. I can understand the disagreements and difficult measures that had to be taken in the first quarter, but I can confirm firsthand that these exact plans cannot continue into the second. Remote learning isn't learning. Daily, I am figuring out how to get work done the quickest I can in order to move on to the next of many overwhelming assignments I have to complete that day. As an AP student, this is not how I was taught to go through school. Usually, finding the assignment and trying to connect with the other students takes longer than actually doing the work. Canvas is a constant scavenger hunt and very confusing, especially when all the teachers keep their materials in different places. Now, I have heard countless parents and teachers try to explain what this is like for students, but this is how I see it. I'm asking you all to please reflect on your own grade school selves or your kids when they were in school. Think about how difficult it would be not to eat lunch with your friends, or what about football games? Those were probably pretty memorable moments in your life. As much as students wish that we had these options this year, we know that it's not possible at this time, which is why we're currently not even asking for those memories. We simply want to be in a classroom surrounded by any sense of normalcy. Think about how challenging your classes were when you were sitting in school with an actual teacher in front of you. Now consider having to teach yourself AP Calculus. It's an entirely different ballgame, and it is taking a toll on the students of all grade levels. How are schools like Genoa and larger schools like Canelan being successful in schools? And how can we follow their return to learning plans to be successful in our schools? We have been told that remote learning is what we can do best for right now, but as I look at surrounding schools to see their students collaborating in classrooms, it is very clear that this is not the best we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Craig Peterson. I live on Tesla Court in Sycamore. I had a couple of issues I wanted to bring to your attention this evening. First, regarding online learning, I have 2 students here in the district, both in high school, both have been experiencing some issues. I'm a fan of textbooks. I think if we're going to be in this online situation, textbooks would be an excellent supplement to a number of the classes. I'm thinking math in particular. They're easy reference material to take with you. They're portable. It's easy to scan through. I find the online learning very restrictive, particularly if the material is coming from a video. It's very hard to quickly find exactly what you need for reference. Our household, as I've also seen on social media from another household, is really struggling with the Canvas versus Infinite Campus staying in sync with the grades. There seems to be a number of issues with assignments that have been turned in appropriately being marked incomplete, absent, marked as zeros. It becomes, first an infliction of panic in the students when they see the grades, and then it's sort of a, cascading, meandering through trying to figure out what the truth is. I really hope that there is somebody who's looking at the metrics on this on a daily, if not weekly basis and driving appropriate corrective actions very quickly. I've seen a couple of tests and quizzes that don't allow skipping questions. I think that's a very constraining, almost as though the software was designed in the 1980s. I think anybody that takes a written test knows that they can skip around, come back later. That same thing should be afforded in the software. If that's what these packages are out of the box, I suggest you lobby some complaints back with the providers of that software. Last thing on the online learning is I think there ought to be a single sign-on for all electronic resources. There's just a bewildering number of accounts and things that people have to keep track of. That's something else to strive for. A number of weeks ago, there was much discussion about using a back-to-school model and metrics for making decisions about returning to school. I think it's very unwise to adopt that policy for two reasons. Number one, I think it's symbolic at best. You basically admitted at the meeting that we're basically following the Illinois Department of Public Health guidelines as refereed by our lawyer and our liability insurance provider. So pretty much, we're not going to go back until we're in agreement with them is the message that I heard. Worst case, I think it's going to become an excuse for not getting back to school as soon as we possibly could. I worry that while there may be much science in how the metrics are gathered, I think there's much interpretation to what it actually means in terms of safety and bringing students to the school. Last comment would be a simple one with respect to accessibility of any school board documents and records. Maybe they're all out there on a website someplace. I've struggled to find them. If there's a simple way to access those, I would appreciate that. I'm thinking of agendas, vote tallies, archived presentations. All this stuff may be available and posted for, say, 5 years in arrears so that it's easy to find. Lastly, I agree with the comments about the survey. If you are looking for any parental participation to edit or help with those, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michaela Heine. I'm an 8th grade student at the Sycamore Middle School. I'm here today because I'd like to talk about how this remote e-learning is going. I can speak for a lot of students when I say this e-learning is very stressful. Looking at a screen for 4 to 6 hours is very overwhelming and gives me very headaches, and I can hardly focus. I like to type and look at the computer sometimes. Like, for example, I like to type when I have an essay to do, when I'm doing a book report, or when I have vocabulary words. But I also like to write. I like to write down notes, things I need to remember for a test, to study, knowing what assignments I need to get done for that day. Just writing in general helps me a whole lot. With e-learning, there's not a whole lot of writing, just more looking at a screen and doing the work. I think I, as a student, would be able to get better grades on my assignments if I could handwrite them and turn them in. I know a lot of people are hands-on learners, I'm included. I love to do things hands-on. Doing things hands-on makes it much more fun, more intriguing, and most of all helps my memory. There are a lot of big and small families in this community, and I think I can speak behalf on some of those families when I say this. I have a big family. I am the oldest of 5 children, and my parents have to work from home occasionally, but they usually go into the office. No, I'm sorry. Occasionally they go into the office, but they are mostly at home working. My family and I live in a 1-story house with a finished basement. All of us are stationed down in the basement besides my dad. With all of us being in one space, there are more distractions, and I'm always getting kicked out of my Google meetings because my Wi-Fi is being slow and there are so many people on the network, and my assignments don't load as fast. My family and I are trying our hardest to make this e-learning thing work, but all of us at the same point in day have Google meetings and work calls. My brother and sister, who are also in middle school, have the same schedule as me, just with different teachers. So when our teachers ask us to in your Google Meet, I'm scared too because I don't want to distract my class with my siblings in the background talking to their teachers. I can't move locations because my parents have a strong belief that I should stay out of my room and separate my home life from my school life. And they feel as if I were to work in my room, I'd be very careless and lazy with my work because I am in my room and I would just want to get all of it done and not even think about the answers and get bad grades. Another thing with this e-learning, we can't really socialize with our friends. If we were at school, we could be switching to the next class and we had at least 2 minutes to talk to get to our next class. But with e-learning, we can't really do that. When we're in school, we can do projects together and help each other with the same assignment. If we did it in school, the teacher could supervise us so that they know that we are not cheating and we're putting in work. But if we were to try to work with our friends, I feel like the teacher would say no because they might think we are cheating because of Google Meet. It also helps me to have side conversations sometimes because if I am stressed, it helps me get my mind off of it, and then I regroup and I keep doing the same assignment or the thing that I had me overwhelmed. With e-learning, there is no way I can talk to my friends or distract myself. I feel as I in a person could be a lot better for not just me, but a lot of other students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Heine. That was my daughter that just spoke, Michaela. And just to reiterate with what she was saying, it is very, very stressful with e-learning the way it's going right now. I have 5 children that are all in the school district, a kindergartner, I have a 4th grader, 2 7th graders, and an 8th grader. And it's been a struggle since day one. Constant getting kicked out of the meetings, could be due to the Wi-Fi in the house, but it's not likely. My kindergartner is struggling the most. He is getting the least amount of attention. It's not the teacher's fault in any way, shape, or form. I want to commend our teachers for how well they are trying to make this work, but it's just simply not efficient for a youth child like a kindergartner to sit there and watch an iPad and then go and have to do an assignment and learn and everything. My wife and I do work from home. We thankfully have the support of our mother or my mother-in-law, and without her help, we would be in a really bad spot. Every assignment would be incomplete. Thankfully, I have that resource. Every family in our community does not have that, and I firmly believe that we need to get our children back into school as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angie Carter. I live at Hamilton Drive. Tonight, I just wanted to address a few things that I believe are going to be spoken about later in the evening. But I'm hoping that there can be some explanations within that, and there may already be set that way. One of the things is when discussing the return to learn in school, I'm hoping that you can delineate about when you are including and talking about the entire school, all the grade levels, and when you're only considering the elementary and able and behavior needs students when it comes to the return to learn. And I guess I'm meaning that like when you're talking about the metrics. So that's great if we talk about how creating the metrics, but does that actually include the high school and the middle school, or are they not even on the table at this point? Also, when talking about the high school and the middle school, do all the classes need to be in person when you guys are considering the return to learn and those ideas? Has there been consideration as far as kind of working together and coming up with some compromises? Are there classes that cost the school more money, and so maybe those classes need to be online? Just kind of looking at that aspect. Also, if the middle school and high school will not be returning to in-person, who will be working to make the connections with the students, especially those that are checking out? And I was surprised today when my children said that they were going to be speaking tonight, so I'm kind of recovering from listening to them talk. But one of those is one that is checked out. And as a parent, I don't know what else I can do to support him in getting him involved and interested in anything in his classwork. So I'm looking at how can we keep, he can't be the only one, obviously, and what can we do to help those students? And contacting their guidance counselor is not going to be the answer. And then already addressed is the inconsistencies between Infinite Campus and Canvas. And as parents, we're obviously supposed to be overseeing all of this now. It's already been addressed and talked about and questioned. But I also do want to give credit that through the grapevine, we heard that Mr. Rice did give an excellent explanation. And so hopefully that will also be addressed, but we're hoping that that can happen sooner in getting some of those things taken care of, because I will agree that that is causing an extra amount of stress when you're finding out that your child is failing a class or missing an assignment, but no, they're not actually. So there's a lot of discrepancies there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Wells. I live at 275 North Cross. I have 2 students in the elementary school. One goes to West, one goes to South Prairie. This e-learning, they both have IEPs. One has a 504. This e-learning has been a disaster. I cannot get them on. I'm calling the principal. I'm on the phone with my son's aide. They will not do the homework. I mean, they are expected, 2 elementary children, to be online 8 hours a day between their regular classes, their aid, social work, everything. There has got to be a better solution to this. I mean, I've even tried to call the principal at West today, bawling my eyes out because I'm a full-time student myself, working full-time, and now I have to add this onto it. And I'm a single mom with 2 kids. And all I can say is, well, come November, I can't do November. They're already falling behind. I cannot sit there and expect my babysitter, who I'm having to pay out of pocket now, so I can go to work to watch them and make sure they do their homework and get on class. It is too much. I am off 1 day a week, and between counseling and psychiatry, I can't do this. There has got to be a solution that help with these kids. Okay.
Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Okay, is that all you want to say? Okay, sorry. I just, there has got to be some kind of solution for these kids. They're already behind. I'm calling his aide, bawling on the phone, because I'm just worried what are going to happen to them, because they can't, there's no way they can catch up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Next item is communications, correspondence, informational items, letters and newsletters, FOIA requests, committee reports. Policy committee met. We're approving one packet tonight, but we're already working on this on the next one, so that will be coming up. Superintendent's report.
Good evening, everybody. There's a lengthy superintendent's report. There's a lot to cover, and I'll have some other folks come up and speak tonight, but I'm going to dive right in. I want to review our mission, empowering all learners to succeed in their world. I want to review our vision, to provide an ideal learning experience where students and staff are engaged and want to come back the next day. Our core values: honesty, trustworthiness, integrity, equality, empathy, respect, citizenship, digital citizenship, responsibility, and collaboration. The questions that our professional learning communities ask: what do we want students to know and learn? What do students want to know and learn? How will we know if they have learned it? What will we do if they don't learn it? And what do we do if they already know it? And with that, I want to jump right into the Return to Learning update. I'm going to start with a brief introduction, and then we'll transition to some other speakers. Just some highlights, what's to come. Lynn Riley is here to talk about special education, provide some general information and some updates to some questions and some topics that have come up in past meetings. We'll also talk about some hybrid options, review some options that we've discussed previously, but also some new ideas to get students back in school safely. One of the questions that was asked in previous meetings is just to make sure that we're touching base with other school districts. So we've done that and just compiled some information that we've received from other districts. I purposely did not want to identify districts by name, but this is kind of a summary of information we've received from other districts. First is everybody probably knows districts vary in their current approach to instruction. It's primarily hybrid and remote. There are a couple of school districts that are that we've contacted, that I've contacted, that are in a full return to learning. Primarily smaller school districts that have the space to accommodate that. Many districts who implemented a hybrid model incurred significant costs. Staffing was an issue, particularly at the high school level. In most cases, the hybrid approach was what we've discussed before, which was having teachers assigned to remote classes and separate teachers assigned to hybrid classes. And in every school district that we contacted, there were additional staff that had to be hired or reallocated within the district. Some of those costs, in particular for districts about our size, were very similar to the costs that we projected when we talked about hybrid learning at the high school a couple weeks ago. School districts are following IDPH protocols for investigating potential COVID cases. So one of the questions was just how are other school districts handling COVID cases when they arise? When students or staff are identified, how are other schools handling it? Every school district that I spoke with is handling it the same way. They're following the protocols that the IDPH released. I would like to say that those are very clear-cut black and white protocols. Unfortunately, they're not. So in most cases, there are staff within the school district that identifies the student and then collects some information and then contacts the health department for some additional support. Some health departments, like DeKalb County, are assisting with contact tracing. Others are not. And some started to provide that support and aren't able to provide that any longer just because of the cost and the lack of staff. The last two bullet points, one of the challenges is that county health departments interpret the IDPH guidelines a little bit differently. How they're interpreted varies. So when we speak with school districts in one county, they're getting feedback from their health department that leads them in one direction. And when we speak with school districts in other counties, they go maybe a slightly different direction. For the most part, schools in all the health departments that we're hearing about approach the guidelines a little bit differently. Lastly, districts vary in their adherence to IDPH guidelines. Some are a little bit more cautious, some are a little bit more liberal with their interpretation of the guidelines and how they apply those. Again, don't want to get into specific districts, but what we found was that kind of across the board, districts are interpreting those guidelines a little bit differently. Any questions about those bullet points or that information? Okay. I think the next slide is going to take us into special education. Lynn Riley is our Student Services Director, and she's going to present quite a bit of information about special education. And this is my 24th year in education. I've been fortunate to work with great folks in special education who are very talented, and Lynn is definitely among those. It's one of the most complicated areas of education that we deal with. But we've got very dedicated staff who are doing an awesome job like Lynn. So Lynn, take it away.
All right, thank you. I'm here today to talk a little bit about special education, update on what remote learning looks like for special education. Am I supposed to click this? Oh, thank you, David. The very first slide here is special education is a service, not a place. So all students are general education students first, and special education is support and services for our students so that they can access their education. Services, supports, and those instructional needs are all determined by the IEP. And I gave you an example of a Susie Spartan IEP that's I think Steve has those. I know last board meeting talked a little, I think Delene mentioned all the parts and pieces of the IEP. So I just wanted to talk just a little bit about that. Like I said, we have other people who are going to present with me as well. But on our IEP team, could you go back one slide, Dave? Are our parents integral part of our IEP team, that collaborative relationship that we have with our parents, a gen ed teacher, a special ed teacher, our students when they're old enough, so by middle school and high school, our students are part of that IEP team as well. And then all of our related service providers, speech language, social work, psych, occupational therapist, physical therapist, hearing vision itinerant, and then the LEA being our building administrators or coordinators or myself to help administer or to help facilitate the meeting. Okay, now you can go, thanks. So the IEP has a lot of parts and pieces. And it's important to understand the IEP before I talk about some of the things that we had to do, obviously, in the remote setting. So every year, every student has an annual IEP meeting. And this kind of covers everything that we do. So there's always a notification of conference. We do that 10 days before a meeting. So parents have that in advance. Then we talk about present levels of performance. Where is the student right now? How are they performing in their classroom? What kind of supports and services do they need? And then we talk about our draft goals and objectives. All of this paperwork, I'll preface that all of our paperwork goes home 3 days in advance before the meeting so that our parents can take notes or highlight or write comments on the side and come as a collaborative member of that team. Then there's educational accommodations. So how do we accommodate our students so that they can access their education? So be that sitting in the front or having tests read aloud, graphic organizers, and then there's the assessment page. So we know we have lots of assessments that we have, and so how do we accommodate those assessments as well? And then some students have a behavior plan because they require that level of support. And then for our students who are 14 and a half and above would have a secondary transition plan. Excuse me. Great public speaker that I am. And on that secondary transition plan would be all of their goals for the future. So what does their future look like? What kinds of things are we going to be looking at to support our students as they move forward? And then we have the educational services and placement page. And on that page, we're talking about minutes, supports and services in the classroom, outside of the classroom, and our related service providers. The other 2 pages are sign-in sheet, and then a conference recommendation page. So it talks about that a student would be getting all the supports and services on that IEP. So this year, and obviously the end of last year as well, have been extraordinary circumstances. Very difficult and stressful for our families, difficult and stressful for everyone due to COVID. So due to the remote learning that we did, our emergency remote learning, obviously in the spring, and where we're at now, we had to look at how do we give those supports and services to our most vulnerable learners in the light of our circumstances, which is COVID-19. Obviously not ideal. Surely we would like all of our students back. But to be able to, thank you. You guys are so nice. So to be able to have our parents be able to see kind of what does it look like in a remote setting, we developed individualized remote learning plans. So we did develop these in the spring as well, a little bit more emergency. Take my mask for a minute. And then we developed them this year, a new one. And in those individualized remote learning plan, everything came from the IEP that you would have in front of you. So our guiding document is that IEP that was developed with our families. And so on that individualized remote learning plan, we looked at goals. What kind of goals are we going to be looking at for our students? We looked at what type of special education or related services that we would have. Then we looked at who's going to be the service provider, so who's going to provide those services. Is it the special education teacher, speech path, OT/PT, social work, hearing vision, or a paraprofessional? This year, even more so than last year, even though we always use our paraprofessionals, they are really very supportive right now for our students. And then we look at what type of service. Is it synchronous, asynchronous, what does that look in, checking in with parents, modifications, and those accommodations. I do have an example. Oh. Thanks, David. So this is an example of the individualized remote learning plan. So it just starts out with what we're going to consider, what records we're going to review, what does that look like as we develop this plan. So the IEP, evaluation data, students' response to remote learning in the spring, the use of technology supports. And then we look at all the goals. So on this plan, we'll have every goal that you would see in an IEP. So similar to the sample IEP that you have. And then the special education case manager, which either be a special ed teacher or a speech and language pathologist, and all of our related service providers would say, am I targeting this goal? Am I supporting this goal? Or is this a goal that would only be for school, like when we're in person? And saying, okay, maybe we're not able to support it at this time, but as soon as we get back to in-person learning, we would go right back to supporting that goal. And then a parent letter went with that. And so this parent letter really talks about our exceptional circumstances, which is COVID, why we would have to go to the remote learning plan. What does that remote learning plan look like? What kinds of things are in there? And then the very end of this letter encourages parents to review the individualized remote learning plan and then contact your case manager for any input or feedback or anything that you would like to be able to look at. Questions on the individualized remote learning plan?
I see that in the IEP and even in the remote learning plan, there are goals and there are services that are supposed to be provided,
Correct.
but we're just not providing them?
We are providing them, it just looks different. So those supports and services, and that will be obviously the rest of what we're going to be talking about today, is how does that look in a remote setting? So those services are provided, but it doesn't look exactly the same because we're not in person.
Okay, then I'll just withhold my questions till I hear the rest of your presentation.
Yeah, so everything else that's going to come after this is really what remote learning looks like for special education. So how are we meeting those needs of our students in a remote setting without having them in school right now? But then you can ask questions at the end if you'd like.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
How long would you say it takes your team to develop one of these IRLPs for your average student?
I know that my psych at the middle school, who was supporting a few brand new staff, she said it took her 4 or 5 hours of just trying to put it together, getting all of the goals moved over, obviously doing the consideration of everything that you're doing, because then after the SPED teacher does their piece, then social worker has to put theirs in, speech path has to put their stuff in, OTPT has to put their stuff in.
And we support hundreds of students through these special education services throughout the district, right? I mean,
Yeah, we wrote 570 plans.
Right. And you had to adapt those plans as our changes, or as our approach to reopening changed, and as the state level guidance changed. So it's not like you could start this work, on May 31st and say, okay, we're going to be ready for an end of August opening, because you had to adapt and redo all of these plans. I just wanted to make that clear because I know there's been some feedback of, why don't we have a plan yet for my student in special education? I understand the parents' need, but I also want to make sure that everyone understands the amount of work that your team has put in putting those plans together, that it's not something that takes 10 minutes per student and in a week you've got everything done. So thank you for your work, and just want to make that clear.
Yeah, and in the beginning, just like our classroom teachers, there was building relationships, having to learn everyone's schedule. So even as you'll see, as we're talking about what special education is doing out there, we had to move around the synchronous classrooms of all of our students. When I say they're gen ed first, right, and special education is supports and services, and then put in your speech and your social work. So we had to garner all of those schedules before we could show our parents kind of what that looks like. We wanted to be sure we had all that. And just like in a in-person school year, we would be, as special educators, we'd be pushing into the classroom, getting to know our students, getting to know what their routines are. We'd want them in their gen ed classrooms so that they could know their routines before we start pulling them out of those places for extra supports and services. So we're going to go through early childhood and on, and speech and social work to look at what does that look like in a remote setting. So, Mary Jo, early childhood for our littlest learners.
Good evening. I just wanted to give you a quick update on what our Little Spartans program looks like in a remote setting. First of all, I want to just give a shout out to the early childhood staff. They have done a tremendous job of stepping up and providing synchronous and asynchronous and activities for our littlest learners. And I just want to say thank you to everyone from the teachers to the paraprofessionals to the OT, PT, speech and language therapists. So we have a great staff at the early childhood level. I just want to point out, first of all, that we have 21 children with IEPs attending our early childhood remote program, and we have 23 tuition peers, which means we have 23 families that realize how important early childhood is in learning and how that lays the foundation for everything that you're going to do as you move through school. So we have parents that really value this, and they are having their children participate in remote early childhood education. We have synchronous activities, so our teachers are live for about 2 hours. We do not expect our children to sit in front of a screen for 2 hours, so they can come and go. During that synchronous time, we do all the things that you would normally do in a early childhood classroom. So we have attendance, we have our meteorologist, everyone takes turns. We have the question of the day. We have check-ins for your zones of regulation. How are you feeling today? Are you up for learning? Is your body ready? We have all those things that are going on, and we're teaching all those soft skills. Even though it's remote, we're still trying to reach out and form those relationships with our families. We still have show and tell. We have wellness check. We have a snack time. Sometimes it's synchronous. Sometimes it's the parents decide that they need to check out for a few minutes and have their snack with their child. We do our songs and our invitations to play, which could be anything from shaving cream work to building cities with blocks, but all those activities that that we know are important, that lay the foundation for learning those play skills. We still continue to have our dance party Thursday because we could never get rid of it. Also with our synchronized learning, we do have synchronized time for our children with IEPs. So we have appointments with them 2, sometimes 3 times a week where we meet individually. Our teachers meet individually with the student and their parent. During that time, they're working on their specific IEP goals. So we're delivering those minutes that are so important, and we're individualizing the instruction to meet the needs of each and every child. We also provide parent education for our families to know that they have the ability to access social emotional learning information, if they need help with any of the visuals that we use to support our children to help them learn. If it comes to a visual timer or a schedule, anything that we can provide for them, we do, and then we show them how to use it in their home so that they are able to carry that through and support us. We sometimes are during that synchronous time that's just for the children with IEPs, that's in the afternoon, so they have like I said, 1 or 2 time slot. Then the OT or the PT or the speech and language therapist can also join in. They also have their own times, their own synchronous times with our families. And our asynchronous activities, it's still this, I think you have to go to the next one. Yeah. Okay, our asynchronous activities are the anytime, anywhere access. So what we've done is we've recorded story time, we've recorded the invitations to play, the songs and the finger plays and the games that we do. We've recorded those so that parents now have access anytime to work with their children at home if they can't be with us during their synchronous time. We also have our paras working with us and taking data as far as how they're making progress, how their children are making progress towards their goals on their IEP. We have also had our paras put together binders to send home so that anything that we're doing is interactive so that children have all the materials at home. So when they're taking attendance, they have a binder that has their picture and their pictures of their classmates so that when it's time to turn that over and to move to see who's at school, they can actually do it at home. So we're updating those materials every 2 weeks so that we're running on a 3-week cycle so that we're providing new material and a new book study every 3 weeks. So we're also making sure that kids have access to the books. We also provide information to our children, our children with IEPs if they require a workstation, which is a very succinct and structured, organized system that helps them gain skills in a very complete manner. So we actually provide those materials that you would use at a workstation that we would have at school, but we also work with our parents to help them understand how to implement that at home so that we're working on those specific skills once again. And you know that I can go on and on and on and talk about early childhood forever because every year I get up and I say something, and you don't have to hear about the playground because we have that. So what's next is just a short little video that the early childhood team put together. And then I'd like to just, after that's done, just really quickly go over the successes and the challenges that we've had.
Hi everyone, and welcome to a day in Little Spartans. Each day when our families log on to Seesaw, they are greeted with all the information and links they will need that day. Let's start with materials. This materials list shows our families all of the materials that will be needed throughout the week. Back to our daily sheet. It includes our Google Meet link. We also include an invitation to play, which are videos showing parents how to incorporate learning into play. We also have our second step asynchronous activities, and soon we'll add in Jolly Phonics. We also have links to supplement our study, such as Pete the Cat. Here is our daily schedule for our students that is presented during our meet. We start with the Pledge of Allegiance, then our welcome song. Next, we use our morning meeting binders. Our morning meeting binders replicate what the kids see presented on their screen. Each binder is individualized to meet all of our students' needs. We start with the zones of regulation and have all of our students check in to see how they are feeling that day. I was feeling happy and in the green zone. We ask a daily question, count the students on each side, and discuss which has more or less. Every day we have a surprise meteorologist who gets to check the weather, and all the students can circle it on their weather page. Next, we have show and tell, and then interactive play. We are using interactive play as a way to introduce and engage children in foundational pre-academic skills through hands-on, interest-based activities. We are also modeling to parents how to facilitate play based on activities with their children.
How's school going today? Good. Tell me what you're doing. Tell me what you're doing. What are you playing with? Good.
Let's go play shaving cream.
What is it called? Shaving cream with your friends?
Oh,
Next, we have snack together. Sometimes we talk, sometimes we read, and sometimes we play a game. We let the kids take lead during snack. And after snack, we take a 30-minute wellness break. When we return, we read a story together and then participate in a group activity, such as...
You guys ready to sing with me? Okay, here we go.
wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, all through the town. The horn on the bus goes beep, 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 beep. The horn on the bus goes beep, 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 all through the town.
Here we go. What are we going to tell Pete?
Open the door, Pete.
Open the door, Pete. I saw that. Open the door, Pete.
Open the door, Pete.
Ladybugs.
Ladybugs.
A whole elevator full of ladybugs. What color will they make your shoes?
Wet. Wet.
I see a lot of people thinking about the same color.
And we always end our day with the goodbye song.
If you can head back to that one slide that just has the success and the, yes, thank you. So although it's not perfect, and we know that in-person learning is best, we're really trying very hard to meet all the needs of our children and to do our very best to meet their individualized needs. Some of the successes that we've had have been increased parent interaction and follow-through with their children. We get to see what they're doing and they get to see what we're doing, which is very important. That helps follow with that follow-through at home. It's not just that we can do certain things at school and they can't do them at home. We have specific individual time, one-on-one time with our children, which is sometimes can be a luxury when you have a class of 15 3 to 5-year-olds. We have increased verbal interaction from students, believe it or not. We really have some that are feeling more comfortable with answering questions and participating in class. Some of the challenges, of course, is we don't have those learning models that are so very important for our 3 to 5-year-olds. We know that they learn from each other best, and that's a challenge that we have. Maintaining attention, of course, but when you're working with 3 to 5-year-olds, maintaining attention is difficult as it is. We're having difficulty shaping mask-wearing behavior, so we're trying to do that, incorporate that into our daily morning meeting where everyone wears their mask for just a little bit so that when we do return, I'm hesitant to say return to learn because we have always been learning. So when we return to in-person learning, our children are able to start to wear and tolerate wearing their masks. And then also just the sustaining technology component. I do have to give a shout out to our technology department. They did do a great job of providing some iPads. They were outdated, but they updated them, and so now we were able to use those for our families that lack the technology to participate. So thank you to them. And I think that is about it for the Little Spartans program. Any questions?
Mary Jo, do you reach out? Are you getting parental feedback about the remote learning at this level?
We are. We are getting some. Most of it's positive because we work very hard at building those relationships with parents. And I know that Lynn has a couple letters that parents have sent in. But we do have some challenges. We have some parents that aren't able to access, they're working, so they're not able to access the synchronous times. But we do have appointments where we're meeting with their child one-on-one to implement those individualized goals.
Do you get the sense that they think it's a good blend of synchronous and asynchronous learning?
I think under the circumstances, I think they're being very tolerant, and I think they're trying their very best to make the best of a not such a good situation. But yeah, I think they're finding a lot of the activities that we send out asynchronously are fun and inviting, and they're really very similar to what we're doing during the synchronous times.
Thank you.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about elementary and middle school. So I reached out to our special education staff, and they sent back all kinds of things that they're doing to meet the needs of our students with an IEP. One of the great advantages, and I know it was spoken about here at the board meeting a few board meetings ago, was that week of professional development. And our special education staff, alongside their gen ed coworkers, all participated in that professional development, which was really a huge support. for being able to do the kind of teaching that we have to do in a remote setting. So here's some of the pieces that right now our elementary SPED staff was talking about of the things that they're doing to meet those needs. So it's the synchronous teaching. They do individual students as well as small groups for that direct instruction for reading or math, and it's all based on their IEP goals. And these services and supports that I'm talking about, again, are in addition to what they're getting in their gen ed classroom. So that reteaching, work completion, supporting that grade level work, providing study hall for students to join in if they have questions or they need help in their gen ed classroom. Supporting accessing technology has been huge for our students as well as our families to support them being able to use the technology that they have. Consulting with our gen ed staff to make those modifications, those accommodations, the things that we would be doing in an in-person setting. Providing students with that alternate work in place of the gen ed curriculum. So we have some students who would be on would be considered an alternate curriculum. So they may be having an intervention or they're getting other kinds of modified work so that they're able to still participate in what they're happening in the gen ed classroom. Additional practice materials. Lots of materials have been sent home, supporting students by assembling that needed work, the tools. Visuals have gone home in binders, so when they have the supply pickup day, our SPED staff has made binders for students depending on their needs or their identified goals. Okay, David, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. Our special education staff has also created Google Classrooms when they needed them. So a student may have a gen ed Google Classroom, and then they may have another Google Classroom as well, either individually if it's going to be individual needs, but where they can have academic resources, those graphic organizers, virtual manipulatives, the things that our students may need. Co-teaching in the gen ed Google Classroom, so our SPED staff pushes in to those gen ed classrooms as well. And helping with those seesaw accounts, but pushing in and supporting what's happening in that classroom, adjusting assignments if they need to, or then they post alternate assignments. They monitor the gen ed assignments that are going out so they can help students in those study hall times or have our paraeducators help the students in those study hall times. Looking at those individualized schedules for some of our students. So they may be on 3 or 4 hours a day on the live classroom based on their needs. For some students, we've had to create paper pencil materials because the virtual just wasn't able to meet their needs, and so those would go home in lieu of those digital assignments. Sometimes parents have requested that. Sometimes the staff themselves have seen the need for that paper pencil material. Adapting the intervention materials for a remote setting. So special ed teachers and our related service providers, are figuring out how to share their screens and look at those materials just differently in a remote setting. What are you sending home to students so they're using materials as maybe you're in your classroom doing that? And then that checking in with parents via phone or email. If students aren't attending group sessions, making sure that we're checking with them. How can we best support those families? How can we best support a student that maybe this is not their preferred learning style? I love the Bitmoji classrooms. I know you guys have seen a few of these. So this is a special education teacher's Bitmoji classroom. And all of the little boxes that you see, those are all links. And so I can't get to it now, but our students can get extra math practice, or they could go to Zern, or go to the zones of regulation. And so all of those places, students and parents can click on those to be able to access more materials or practice. And this one is a special education teacher who created a sensory room. So for students who need to take a break from all of the Google Meets that they have during the day and the asynchronous work, And so inside of here are games and activities, breathing, and all the different ways that a student maybe could just take an emotional break, or maybe I'm just not feeling so happy today, so I'm going to go into this space before I would go back to my next Google Classroom. And this one, for the special education teacher, you'll see all the related service providers are all linked here as well. So the occupational therapist, the speech therapist, the social work, the paraeducators, as well as the special education teacher. So when a student is going to have OT services or speech or social work, they can click on this link. It would go right to the Google Classroom, so the students then could access that. Everything else on that screen are all links. So IXL Math and all of the other things on there are just places where students go and the special education teacher or related service providers can go to. Now for the middle school, they also sent me their list of how they're supporting students, modifying assignments, adapted based on student needs, again, providing that technology support, the assistance that they need, right, for attendance, grades, navigating Google Email, Meets, Classroom, teaching technology to assist our students with reading and writing. Our computers are reading text to students, so they've taught that. The voice typing for written expression, where you're dictating and the computer is doing some of the writing. So I suppose one of the advantages coming out of something that obviously is challenging would be all the use of technology for our students and for our staff, of how they're really learning how to use technology to the very best for student success. Motivating and encouraging students now through remote behavior plans. So we have behavior plans for in-person, but we are now having and creating remote behavior plans for students who may need some more encouragement in a remote style. Assisting with that organization of materials and schedules, all those executive functioning pieces. And then student able to join the Google Meets with either our special ed teachers or our paraprofessionals in breakout sessions. So again, they do that teaching and reteaching. And then working as a team, they said, to support one another as we support our students and our families. Communicating with parents via email, phone calls, and Google Meets. Our parents are at home, or guardians, or babysitters are at home with our students. So how do we best support them as they're supporting our students? Our instructional classes at the middle school, Read 180 and instructional math, are meeting 5 days a week. So they meet every day for 30 minutes based on the needs. Our students needed that. Office hours for student support. And then again, the study hall. And so some of the successes, the very first thing were at the very first day was just seeing the kids again. So being able to see students, even if it was on a screen, but seeing our students, staff is as excited, I'm sure, as students to see each other. Able to do interventions through the computer. So we're all learning all kinds of new skills right now. Navigating technology, helping our students and parents learn that as well. Offering that support through the study halls, the pre-teaching, reteaching, developing new routines, building connections and having more frequent communication with our family, that family support for us and for them. Again, out of remote learning, we have kind of a very unique place where families are seeing lessons live because they're in the home. And so, they're able to support us as we support them, and we support our students. There are some challenges. I said these are difficult times as well. For some of our students, it's just too much screen time. So being in front of that screen, I heard it tonight as well, can be challenging. Finding a quiet place to learn, internet connection certainly can be a challenge. It's not every student's learning style, so this is not how all of our students would like to learn. On-screen behaviors, student completing assignments independently, and then making sure that we're always on top of that attendance and engagement for some of our students. Technology and resources, it would be, well, we've already heard Zones and Google Classroom and Screencastify and Edpuzzle. We've learned so many things that we're using to support our students in a remote setting until we can get back to in-person learning. Next will be Sarah Ward. She's going to talk a little bit about the high school and how we're supporting our students at the high school.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Ward. I'm the Special Education Coordinator for the Sycamore High School. I also support the 8th grade team as they transition our 8th graders to high school. So in addition to my duties here, I also act as the LEA that Lynn referred to earlier in those IEP meetings and support those teams in their development of IEPs and any other areas I can help them. On your screen in front of you are some statistics. We are currently serving over 130 students. 7 of those are out in therapeutic day programs, and so they do not come to Sycamore High School even when we are fully in person. I case manage that group of students, and then we have 14 staff, including myself, who are either full or part-time, and they all have a caseload, depending on their status, up to 12 or 13 students. We offer 4 types of instructional support here at the high school, whether we're in person or in a remote setting, and that includes our collaborative classes, or what we call co-taught. So that looks like a general education teacher, a specialist in their area, pairing with a special education teacher and delivering all of the instruction each day together when we are in person. When they are in a remote setting, they are dividing and conquering sometimes. Sometimes they are working synchronously together. There are 8 or 9 different co-teaching models and styles when you're in a classroom, and they're utilizing all of those even in our remote setting. I've worked already with several of our co-teaching pairs to navigate and problem solve and troubleshoot some of those styles to adapt to our current environment. We have collaborative classes in all our core classes, so that's English, math, science, and social studies. Those are taught at grade level, and so the instruction that's given there is taught at a freshman English, a sophomore English, and so on. What we do offer in that environment are accommodations typically, and so those are things that we provide that level the playing field for that student. It doesn't change the amount of information we're asking them to learn, but it certainly offers them support in getting to that understanding. Occasionally, we will do a modification in those classes, but in our instructional courses, we see more modifications, and those are courses taught specifically by a special education teacher. The class size is smaller. It is all students with IEPs, and there, the instruction is typically below grade level at varying degrees. We differentiate that instruction based on student need, where they're at in their present levels on their IEP, but we also add the accommodation piece and a modification. So we may change what that student's expected to learn compared to their peers. We have a functional or life skills program that we offer several periods in our day, and that includes daily living skills, community training, vocational activities, things like that. And we have some students who come to us from instructional classes there, and also students who are in our, what we would refer to the ABLE program courses. So that is a blended group of students. Right now, some of them are remote, and some of them are here with us in person. And so we're navigating that parallel teaching, for lack of a better term, of having some students online and some students in the classroom, both there and in our supported PE class. We have 2 academic courses where we support students in a study hall program, and both of those get a credit, so we do offer some academic instruction to them in those classes. It's where we address those transitional skills that Lynn mentioned, that once you're 14 and a half, we need to address those. The state requires that. We also support them with any homework, projects, tests, accommodations for tests, reading, communication with their classroom teachers. All of those things happen there. You can see our list of related services and supports. All of those people are so critical to our ability right now and when we're in person to navigate student instruction. They are in and out of every single one of our classrooms, Google Meets. We're meeting with them regularly via Google Meets as a team, as well as emails, and just even popping by in the hall and having a quick conversation. You can go ahead, David. So I talked a little bit about our instructional delivery models. We also are doing some small group work. We're doing some individual student work where we're meeting one-on-one with a student after their class. We all have office hours that we're also providing opportunity for students to join us if they need reteaching, if they've missed something and we need to give that direct instruction. That sometimes happens with our general ed teacher counterparts, and sometimes it's given just by the special education teacher or one of our paraeducators or our related service staff. A couple of things that changed for us with the idea of only remote learning. When we were looking at hybrid, we had agreed that there would be shorter class periods. We were going to have class end at about 1 o'clock here. So that changed our minutes, and that didn't change with remote. What did change with our remote is our access to KEC and the students' abilities to be here at school and getting to KEC. And so KEC has offered some virtual pieces there. So some of our students actually physically go to KEC, and some of them are doing it from home because they're not here in the building to take the transportation out there, although it is provided if they want it. We have had to adjust students' class schedules because of those KEC classes. They did not change their schedule. So while we're done at 1 o'clock, KEC is still running their 3 programs. That resulted in some changes for our students' needs. Our planning and preparation, really at this point, we are using our PLC time, both in courses and through vertical articulation with different grade levels in the same content area. We're using our department meetings. We have case manager meetings where we talk about students, whether we're planning for an IEP or we're dealing with a student who might need some behavioral support, or we're having difficulty reaching that student and we want to get together and problem solve and try to come up with a plan for helping them to re-engage. You've heard tonight a lot of different technology and resources that have been used. The one that is specific to the high school is Canvas. And all of our students have been through or have had access to the Canvas boot camp. All of our staff have been trained on the Canvas software and platform. We all have our own Canvas classrooms for our case manager lists, or our group of students that we case manage. One of the things that Canvas offers that has been helpful to some of our students is an immersive reader tool. Unfortunately, that does not offer us support when we're doing testing. The quiz and testing feature does not allow it to read. So we are still having to do live reading with our students when they're taking tests through our Canvas model. It does have a really wonderful feature where it can directly link for a student, so it reduces the amount of clicks and it allows the students to get directly to a task, which eliminates some distraction and allows the teachers to directly take the student where they need to go. When they're not in the classroom, that helps quite a bit. Our Google Suite is something else I wanted to share tonight. We have a program called Google Read and Write. It's an extension that comes with the Google Suite. You have to pay for it. We have a site license at the high school, and all of our special education students have access to this. It allows them to have anything in the internet or in a Google program read. Unfortunately, it will not work in some of the Canvas pieces, so we're still trying to make some of those pieces work together. I would encourage you as a group to take a look online. There are some great tutorials on how Google Read and Write works. You can have it read, you can do speech to text where it will actually type for you. It's got a dictionary feature, and it also has some really great grab and pull pieces to sort information. We have students who are doing a lot of writing with data that claim evidence warrant, and they're having to pull multiple pieces of data. So we've been teaching them how to use those pieces to streamline that. We do have a small group of students who are currently attending. I mentioned that earlier. Some of the things that are going well for us, Our collaboration, as always, is really important here at the high school, and I have to say thank you very much to our gen ed staff, our paraeducators, and our special education staff for working so hand in hand to make sure that students are getting in and out of meets, that assignments are getting where they need to be. Communication is just really important for us here, and I feel like that is something that the staff feels they've done well. Many of our related service staff, including our paraeducators and our speech language pathologists, our social workers, myself, are dropping in and out of classes so that we can help support when there's a need. We all day long have open Google Meets in our forum, which is our supported study hall, or our LEAF supported study hall, so students always have a way to get help. Again, there's that Google Read and Write piece. And then when we had our in-service training before school started, Mark Holstein and I did some training on accessibility features for all of the general education and special education staff. We had a large group of people come, so hopefully they've been able to take and use some of those things that we instructed them on. A couple of challenges. We are, again, struggling with technology. We have students who lack Wi-Fi access. Some of the websites and programs are not always sustaining what we need them to do. One of the biggest pieces for us is that executive functioning, the planning, organizing, initiating, and sustaining a task. We're seeing a lack or an ability on several of our students to do some of these things without adult prompting someone to be there with them. So we want to continue to support that. We'd like to see our students practice more self-advocacy skills, reaching out to their classroom teachers, making sure that they know how to get a hold of staff and ask questions. And finally, I think it's important for you to know that our special education teachers are teaching 5 classes a day, and they are also managing a caseload of 12 to 13 students. And those are students they may not see in every class. So at times, they may have 60 or 70 students with IEPs that they are navigating the goals, accommodations, modifications, and we're adhering to those federal guidelines that have not been gracious at times. So I really commend them for how much work they've had to do in getting ready and kicking off our remote learning. I also wanted to thank our administrative team. They've been very gracious and flexible, and I wanted to thank our related service staff, our paraeducators, the transportation staff, our food service staff. They've all just been really, really helpful. Do you have any questions?
Sarah?
Yeah.
Ryder?
Oh, hey.
Yeah. Hey, how are you guys holding up?
We're doing okay.
Just a general question, you know, it seems like a lot of work.
It is, and I think, you know, I think people are, we're very lucky that my department, and collectively when I say my department, I also am including our speech therapist and our social workers and our psychologist and even the counselors. We just work as a really big student support services group, and they're a really fun group, and they're dynamic and energetic, and they're really interested in using technology even when we are in person. So I think, you know, in working with a group of people, they're really up for the challenge. They've risen to the occasion in a lot of ways, and I'm really grateful for them.
Do you think all this is sustainable for you guys?
I think there are pieces that make it hard at times. I think there are other parts that are sustainable. We have students who very much like the platform of being home and online. That being said, I think the majority of them would prefer to have some interaction here at school when possible.
Sure. Okay. Great, thanks.
Yep, thanks.
Sarah, I have a question before you walk away.
Go ahead.
You showed us that list of related services.
Mm-hmm.
And so how are those delivered now that we're virtual?
Great question. So our speech language pathologist is Carolyn Hooven. She's going to speak to you here in a little bit, so I won't steal her thunder. I'll let her talk a little bit about what that looks like.
Ahead of
I know, but that's a great question. And like always, Carolyn pushes in and out of our instructional classes pretty regularly. And so she is in their Google Classrooms and talking with them. If the kids were here, she would be physically with them in the classroom. Our social workers are doing similar things. Myself, I jump in and out. We really are an all hands on deck operation, and where we can help, we help. Our school psychologist does things like that too. We're reading tests, we're pulling kids, we're working on projects. So That doesn't change whether they're here or they're at home, but it makes it a little bit more challenging when they're at home. We do have children who are struggling to log in and engage and sustain for any length of time.
So what about like OT and PT and?
Yeah, so we contract through Hillman, I believe, it's still Hillman, right, Lynn? Yeah. For our OT and PT. Right now, I can't speak to how they're delivering for my students, other than they have been with us virtually in IEP meetings and talking with our staff through those same kinds of meetings about how to support them in classrooms. We do have a couple of students who might need different grips for pencils or might need a different way to have their computer angled, and so we've had to have those conversations about what needs to go home, what might need to be here for the teacher to use. So, PT, we haven't had as much, but the OT piece, because it's more fine motor, we've had more conversations about that. But certainly both of them, I've talked to them, they've been in meetings with us, we're supporting where we can.
Well, do they have direct contact with our students though, or is it just with our staff at this point? At the high school level, we don't have much in the way of direct contact for PT, so I can't speak to that. I don't know at the elementary and middle school. Lynn could probably speak more to that. Our PT for the high school is mostly on consult, and so that's support that just goes straight to the staff to give us tips and ideas of what to do with students. Okay, thanks.
Yep. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jen Cam. I'm a social worker here in the district. I have a unique opportunity this year that I'm working at both an elementary at South Prairie and also at the high school level. And I'm also with our Little Spartans program. So it's definitely, I can speak a little bit to both age groups. We do throw around the term a lot in a lot of presentations and meetings, the SEL term, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that social emotional learning is the 5 components up there in the wheel. So when we do talk about social emotional learning, we are looking at social awareness, self-management, self-awareness, responsible decision-making, and relationship skills. And these skills aren't only taught by the social workers, but they're also, we work really hard to support our teachers also in supporting our students in social emotional learning. So we are trying to support all students, specifically at the elementary level. The social workers are really involved with that, and the teachers and the administrators. At the high school and middle school level, we have our counseling and our student support teams as well. So we have psychologists and counselors that are also supporting our students and trying to work together and coming up with creative ways to really engage our students. And we hear families, we hear the students, we know it's challenging, and I think we really recognize that this is a crisis for everyone, and that we are all experiencing multiple layers of stressors. So we really are trying to support our families through that. We are also using technology, Google Meets. We're doing a lot of some Bitmoji stuff, some Screencastify things. We're pushing out material to teachers at the elementary levels to share with their students. We're collaborating with our staff at the high school and at our administrators, our case managers, in different ways that we can engage our students. Before COVID-19 and now, we're continuing to respond to our family needs in crisis. Death of a family member, loss of a home, mental health crises, things like that. We are supporting our families. We are reaching out and connecting them to the community. We're building those partnerships with local agencies who are working to support as many people as they can and our students. We have a collaboration, a partnership with some local agencies that will be providing support to students. We also, as has already been mentioned, we really are trying to collaborate, and we've pushed out, we did do some of that professional development in conjunction with our student services team at the high school and middle school as well, where we pushed out some professional development with a real big emphasis on self-care to all, our students and our staff. No one is exempt from the stressors of what's going on in this really unique learning opportunity. You can go to the next slide, David. So we did share, it's kind of hard to see and a little blurry, but we did share that with our staff and with our students that these events have impacted you and have impacted us, and in some negative ways, and maybe there's been some positive too. So just trying to remind all students and our families and our staff that we're just going to continue to learn together, to do our best. We're going to continue to support you in this crisis and time of need. Reach out and let us know what you need. But every family is experiencing different situations and different layers to this. And our staff as well, as you can see up there were many staff that created professional development materials of social emotional learning that they do provide in their classrooms. And so there has been a big emphasis on how can we connect and attempt to engage with our students. I recognize and we recognize it's not ideal for everyone. And so we're going to continue to creatively figure out how we can engage that, whether that's through a home visit or just teaming with whoever we can. That is our goal, is to continue to partner in that. So as far as an IEP goes, so we are also implementing our IEP requirements. We're still attending and participating in our IEP meetings. We are using Google Meet and or Zoom to do direct social work. So some of those may be an individual social work session. Often at the elementary level, parents are sitting near or involved in that as well. We are doing some small groups for those direct services. And I do know that there are some OT direct services, at least at the younger level. I can speak to that and experiences that I've had where we've maybe co-implemented a group or an occupational therapist has been involved in that. Some of our ABLE students that are in person are receiving their related services in person, so in their classrooms while they're here during the day. We are working together to try to support those behavior plans the best that we can, collaborating and implementing those positive behavior systems. We also are trying to use classroom platforms that students have. So at the elementary level, that's Google Classroom. We may be pushing out some asynchronous material in those classrooms, providing questionnaires or developing some question and answer type of material to try to engage students and to provide them with some material and some social emotional skills as well. And we do co-implement. You've heard that we may push into classrooms or we may collaborate with our case managers, but we also do groups together at times too, if that's the best way. Some of these students are in multiple meetings and are on the computer frequently, and so we may work together, the speech pathologist and the social worker may work together and to cut down on some of that meeting time that those students and families are having to manage. And then I just provided a few examples. You've heard the zones of regulation. At the elementary level, this was a Screencastify video that went out that we pushed out to teachers to share with students. I would say most, if not all, special education students have heard the vocabulary of the zones of regulation. Some of this has gone home in the material binders for early childhood, and we have adapted. This can be adapted and used at all levels, even through high school and life school as well. And then some of the social workers have a Bitmoji break room. We have done some visuals and some Screencastify things with the breathing, different mindfulness activities. We have goals of different material that we're going to continue to prepare and be able to push out from a social emotional standpoint. And the size of the problem is something that we use at all levels as well, and talking about what size the problem is and how can we regulate ourselves and what kind of reactions that would be appropriate. I don't know if that answers some of your questions or if you have more.
Do students have to kind of self-identify?
So that might be a goal that we have with some of our students that might be in their IEP, and we're working on identifying feelings, identifying nonverbal cues to those feelings, facial expressions, what your body feels like when you're having different feelings. So for some students, yes. Other students, they have those and they need to work on decision-making skills or healthy relationships, things like that.
And that's across the board from kindergarten to?
From early childhood, from the little Spartans all the way through life school, yeah.
Wow. Do we do any reaching out though? I mean, are there particular cases where we know that we really need to touch somebody who might not be self-identifying, or just to check up on them?
So like meeting a family that's having a challenging time engaging or connecting to us.
Yeah, we've had several families that have come up and talked to us, not just at this meeting, but at several of our meetings. And, your heart goes out to them. Is somebody reaching out to them, especially where they have multiple IEPs in one household?
Yeah. So I would say they are in communication often with either administrator or the social worker. Many of them may have social work goals. And I think it does speak to the levels of stress that this has given our families. And even though they have those supports, it is still overwhelming to be engaged in the amount of meetings, the amount of screen time. Behavior is different at home than it is at school often. And it's hard. It is challenging. And we hear them, and we are there, and we're listening, and we're trying to problem solve together. And it may not feel like we're problem solving situations because things might not be changing, but we really are talking about it and collaborating at the school level, and also really trying to support and reach out to those families. I do think some of them, and I know some of them, are involved in community agency support as well. So, but that doesn't make COVID-19 and remote learning go away, unfortunately. So we hear you. We do hear these families, and we really want to work together and try to support
the circumstances are miserable, and I know you're working hard. I know that all of our special ed personnel is working, extra hard to work on this, but it just kind of tears your heart out when you hear these people and what they have to go through. And I understand that, and I really do feel for them. But so I wonder if there's anything that we can do, like when we know that there's a positive identifier, like multiple IEPs or something like that, where we could look at our records and at least touch base with those families and make sure, that the stress level is at least manageable, because it obviously is tough. It's tough.
Yeah. There have been some home visits, and we have talked about ways to implement some of those supports to our students as well. So I know a lot of that is in conversation and how we can identify our most vulnerable and our highest needs families and students too, to support that.
Yeah, that would be a great thing to be able to do that.
I've got one question. I know social emotional needs is something that's been getting a lot more attention in recent years. Can you provide your opinion as far as the situation we're going through right now? Do you see a bigger impact or a bigger need for those services right now? I mean, how are we doing in this environment relative to what you would expect maybe if the students were in school?
Well, I think there's always a need for social emotional learning, but at this time, I think every family is impacted by the stressors of what's going on, and it's different for every single family. Well, they may not have a lot of, some families maybe are impacted financially. They've lost a family member, they've lost a home, and I think we're seeing more and more of those, the stressors of remote learning, the stressors of isolation. I think there is more of that is coming up than things we've really experienced before. But I do feel like teachers, and they are very stressed out and needing to take care of themselves as well, but I do feel like teachers have gone above and beyond and are doing the most amazing things to try to make our families feel connected and supported and teaching them those social emotional skills. So I really am impressed and proud of how much social emotional learning has become an all-school thing and not just a social work or administrator thing.
Well, certainly no argument on that standpoint. I guess what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to understand how much of a need this is also contributing to our desire to get kids back in the classroom. I'm trying to understand how much weight should be given to that SEL component in addition to the learning component, and how do you see us failing in that regard, and not through any lack of effort, but just the physical limitations of not being able to see all of our kids on a day-to-day basis and to get that feedback from them.
Ideally, it would be great to be able to see them all and support them in what they're comfortable and used to. I think there will be stressors involved with returning to in-person learning as well. I think for some, there'll be anxiety that increases too. It's just hard. It's hard to know. Ideally, would I love to have everybody back here and work with everybody in person? Of course. And I think that would provide a lot of socialization opportunities and a lot of opportunities for us to be meeting the social emotional needs of students. I don't know how to quantify that necessarily, though, and not being in every building. Each building has its own unique dynamics as well. So,
thank you.
I don't know if that answered your question or not. Anything else?
Is that the end of the whole presentation, or is there more?
You guys get to hear from Carolyn
I
Hoover.
don't want to ask more questions in advance.
The infamous speech path is up next.
Oh, you just got the brunt, huh?
It's okay.
That's why I had everyone go before me. They could answer all the questions. If I could just jump, I'm going to talk about speech and language, of course, because that's why I'm here. Carolyn Hoover, speech language pathologist. I'm the chair of the department, so I work with all of our speech pathologists, early childhood through life school. And I've had the beauty of working at every single level because I've been here since the Bush administration. Anyway.
Which Bush administration?
Bush one. Really quickly, when we talk about the social emotional component, and we'll go back to that because I know there'll be more questions. I do know that at the high school level where I am now and at the early childhood level, there's been a lot of reaching out to parents. I talk consistently with my students about how they're coping and what they need to do and to feel like they are engaged in getting the help they need. We have lists of kids that are not engaging. We talk to our administrators about that. We reach out to them. We just had a parent meeting. We finally had to bring somebody into the school and meet with that parent and the child. I've met a child outside before their cross-country practice and helped him get on Canvas. He's also a bilingual speaker and has an IEP. So we are doing everything we can and also looking at getting hotspots for some of our students we notice that they are having difficulty with their internet. How can we boost that for them, especially our students, our families that are in crisis? So there's a lot of layers that are occurring constantly. We're in constant communication with each other about that. Let me jump into speech and language since that's really why I'm here. And obviously speech pathologists have their hands in everything. So, when we talk about speech and language, I think we automatically think about that beautiful little boy we saw a video of who, when he was saying the color red, he said wed. So a substitution, and that's articulation. And yes, that's what we work with, but it's much deeper than that. We do sound system errors, phonology, language. So all of that translates into reading skills and the ability to access your education. That's why we're across the board. In terms of how we're delivering services, all of our speech pathologists are using some form of an education platform. We have Google, like everybody talked about already, Seesaw, and then Canvas at the high school. There's a little Bitmoji from Heidi over at West. Beautiful job. So we're using those platforms to access our students' curriculum because, like I said, we kind of have our hands in everything. So we're looking at what they're doing in their classrooms with vocabulary and language and working with the teachers to maybe modify and work on those specific assignments, and then to push out our own materials. I put a little blurb up there, teletherapy, because speech pathology has this sort of weird advantage that our therapy has been delivered, not here, but it is something that is done through teletherapy. They use Zoom. There's private service providers that do this, so it kind of lends itself to that. It's not, obviously, it's a social interaction, speaking, and we need to be together, but it's working out pretty well in many ways. Again, talking about the materials, we use boom cards. These are interactive ways that students can answer questions and say their speech sounds, work on vocabulary, do categories, Hear Builder. We can adapt static materials, so if you have a PDF and you put it into a Google Doc, it's really amazing how you can manipulate it and have the students do that with you in a Google Meet or in Zoom. You can also push that out to parents to use at home. And then Edpuzzle, videos, because we're also working on social skills and pragmatic language, the social thinking materials and techniques that we also do with the social workers. So Jim, when you're asking about our service delivery, we're doing direct individual or small group therapy via video to address those specific IEP goals. And then the small specialized students across the district that are here, they're in person. And then we also do in-class push-in via video to again address those academic language goals. We provide materials, modification of assignments, et cetera. We have office hours. We're constantly finding students across the district who might need some help with their academics and ask us to go over the vocabulary with them, read a specific story and discuss it, those kinds of things. We're co-treating with the social workers, early childhood with the OT, PT. We have the unique situation of developing augmentative communication materials for our students, especially our speech pathologists at North Grove and early childhood, because some of those students are nonverbal. So they use electronic devices to speak or pictures. So we're also making visuals for home use. And we're still troubleshooting those augmentative devices. Okay, you can go to the next slide, David, thanks. Again, just a little continuation of how services are provided, continuing to develop those AAC materials for home use, and then you can see some of those pictures up there are some examples of the visuals we might send home, like a schedule, now, next, so, or first, then, so students know what's expected of them right now, and then what we'll be doing next. I have to say our paraprofessionals have been amazing during this time, figuring out technology, working with our students. They've been invaluable. And also, as lower grade levels, working on device support and consulting about assignment completion at the high school. And then our biggest thing, I think, in general, is to work with our families, supporting them and our students across their academic, social, and community areas. So since, as a speech pathologist, I've had the luxury of working with the wonderful families of Sycamore and these lovely children, we try our best to help them connect with whether it's a social worker, a community support service, and work together to make sure that their needs are being met. We've done that before remote learning, and we're doing it now during remote learning, and it's, you know, it's a trying time, but I feel like with the information that we've been able to provide to parents and the support for kids, that it's been pretty successful, so. Any questions? All right, good. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, the finale, a little bit about perspective, knowing these are really difficult and stressful times. This is something I got from one of our special education teachers. She said, one day my microphone was not working when I was in a Google Meet or a video conference with students. I was communicating with them in the chat format, one of the students typed in, "It's okay, Mrs. Pesca." And then the students supported me through a technology struggle and helped me realize teachers and students are helping each other through this. Her grace for me was humbling, and I am so fortunate to work with our Sycamore students and our families. And this was a parent email that I received, and she says, "For me, it's no longer about this being right or wrong for my kiddos, but instead I'm making a conscious effort to maximize the time I have with the resources provided. Again, I can only speak to my situation, but the Little Spartans program as a whole has provided our family with something COVID-19 can never take away, and that's that lifelong impression that Mrs. Copeland and her team has left in our hearts." And then she ended her email, "I wanted our educators to know that I see them, I support them, and together we will do hard things." And I know that this is hard, and I agree with you, Jim. I feel for our parents as well when I know that there's struggles. I appreciate the team that spoke tonight. I appreciate all of our educators, gen ed and special ed, and all of our related service providers that are working together with our families in really hard times. But together we can do hard things, knowing that, you know, we're not going to be in this time forever, but we are in it right now. Questions for me?
Lynn, I have a couple.
Yes.
So I'm sure you know, a few weeks ago, as part of the middle school presentation, I asked about students with IEPs based on a couple of families that had contacted me.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed such a nothing that night. But I became a person that all of a sudden I think special education families thought, oh my God, she's asking questions about this. Let's call her. So I've been inundated, and I feel like I've taken on the role of some previous board members who had students with IEPs, Barb King and Diane Tyrrell, and all of a sudden there was this person that was asking questions. And I very much agree with Jim. Besides saying I'm going to bring it to a meeting and ask some questions about it, I find most of my phone call I'm apologizing, and I'm not apologizing for the district. I'm apologizing that they're in this position and that our community is in this position and that they're struggling with how to best meet the needs of their students. So I feel that's unfortunate. I don't know that there's blame. Andy Jordan, when at our first meeting about this, said, you know, the blame isn't here. You want somebody to blame, go higher. That spoke to me, and I think about that all the time when I'm talking to these families. And I don't know that they're looking to place blame either, and I don't know that they're looking to place blame on the district. They often start these phone calls with, my teachers are amazing. But then there's always a but, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this week what I've heard is that things like when their students with IEPs need help, they're struggling with getting help that isn't 24 or 36 hours away from them. So that's the first thing. And I'm surprised to hear that. I think, you know, I had a mom say to me today, there's always been a paraprofessional. I don't understand why that person can't be available to us during the day. I don't have an answer for that. I didn't know either. I said, really, nobody, there's nobody they can contact and get more of a quicker response. So that's my first thing. And then the second thing is, I spoke to a couple of middle school families today, and they're concerned that their assignments aren't being modified according to their IEPs on Fridays, because they say their days are asynchronous on Fridays. So they open up their Google Meet or their Bitmoji classroom, I'm not sure what the right term is, and they're saying it appears that they're the assignments for the whole class, rather than those that have been modified for their students. They're not sure. They said they've asked and they're not getting clear answers about that. And so that's my second question. Is if in fact they're not being modified or don't feel like they're getting the support they need from paraprofessionals, how do they proceed? Like, how can they get the help they need?
So I would say the best way would be to reach out to the case manager. Our case managers are really at the helm of that ship, you know, as far as what we're doing as far as supports and services for our students. Like I said, unless I knew the student or that situation, it would be hard for me to answer to that. What I've seen as far as schedules are, you know, office hours. I see paraeducator support times, you know, so I see study halls. So I see those things on the schedule, right, for students to be able to get that kind of support. But if that family feels like they're not getting the support that they need, then they would reach out to their case manager, to the building administrator, so that we could have a meeting and we could talk about how best to meet their needs.
Okay.
So we've had IEP meetings this year to address any concerns or questions so that we can talk about how best to meet that needs. Like I said, it's hard for me to answer unless I knew obviously all of the parts and pieces.
I actually sometimes at our board meetings leave feeling like there's such a disconnect between these families that are calling me and then what I hear at a board meeting, and I think,
Right.
okay, so where is it not meeting up? I do think some of it is, when I talk to middle school families, I say, so is your student reaching out during office hours? And this is unfortunately a function of remote learning, I think. They're saying no, they're not comfortable, or they feel like they already have, and they're embarrassed to say it again. So then I think what Jim brought up about social emotional learning, but more on the educational part of it, is are people following up with them and saying, okay, do you really have it? Do you really understand it? Have we addressed that issue? And I'm not sure that's happening.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but definitely working together, right? Our families and us as special educators working together to say, okay, maybe the student didn't want to get on, so maybe we're going to do a phone call instead. So some of my special educators are really doing telephone, basically, right, for some students who don't want to be on video, or they take their pictures off of video. So I know I've heard some of those things, and then we try to work around of how else then can we meet that need. Since remote school is here, I mean, we're in this setting, so how else can we meet their needs? And so that would be the conversation of, what else can we do? And like you said, is there a study hall available, but you didn't get onto that, so how can I support you so you can get onto that? Or like that student who did something in the chat, you write something in the chat because I don't feel comfortable actually saying anything out loud, but I'll learn how to use the chat instead. Or send an email. They're sending back and forth through the Google or through the Seesaw, through the Canvas, being able to communicate, right? How can we best communicate that so that the student can feel that their needs are met, and parents can feel that, and we're giving our best faith effort, obviously in the light of our circumstances, but what can that look like?
Yeah, I have no doubt that you're giving your best effort. I don't mean to imply otherwise. I just think these extraordinary times insist on some extraordinary measures, so where we maybe wouldn't have been as aggressive about reaching back out to a student that emailed us a couple weeks ago and said, hey, I'm really struggling with this. Are we making an effort to reach back out to them and say, okay, do you really have it? Do you really understand it? Rather than waiting for them to always contact us.
Yeah, and I would say that's a good conversation piece, because for some of our families are saying, I really don't want to be on so many Google Meets, or don't reach out every single day to me, right? So I hear it both ways.
Right.
Because they're so overwhelmed by all of the things that they have, even in their gen ed classrooms. And then for others, they do need more. And so, that would be that team conversation of, where is that need, and then how can we best meet that need?
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions?
So typically when an IEP is put together, and there's a meeting, a big meeting with lots of people, and we saw the list.
Yes.
And parents are a part of that.
Absolutely.
Were parents part of setting up the virtual, the IREP or whatever it's called now?
Yeah, so as far as the individualized remote learning plan, the information from that plan was taken from the IEP when everyone was at the table. When I had talked about everyone made agreements at the table for the goals, for the accommodations. So when that plan went out, it was the goals that were on that IEP, the accommodations on that IEP in a remote setting. That's where it looks just a little bit different. The IEP is always what we run off of, but that individualized remote learning plan is really saying in a remote setting, this is really what it looks like. This is what our supports and services look like. And then telling our parents, obviously, in our letter, they have questions, comments, concerns, anything that they would like to meet about, we would have an IEP meeting, or they can call the case manager. Case manager's names, information, all being on that plan.
So how often would you meet with parents and the group to review the IEP?
We review the IEP by law once a year, but it is a living, breathing document, so anytime a parent would ask for an IEP meeting, or a team may ask for an IEP meeting, we can meet many times for certain IEPs in a year.
So those meetings, would they be in person then, or are those going to be virtual too?
It's all virtual. So we've been doing virtual meetings since the spring. They're still virtual now. So it's all through Google. So our families, I would say a positive is some of our families have really liked the virtual meetings. They do it on their lunch hour. They don't have to take a full day off of work, or they do it different times, from their home. But yeah, our meetings right now are virtual as well. I will say for our evaluations though, so we have to do a reevaluation on students every 3 years, or for any initial. We are bringing students into the building one at a time to do a psych eval or a speech or a social work eval, so students are coming into the building. And there have been teachers who have gone out on some home visits. So special education teacher and social worker to build those relationships or to support some of our students who are really struggling.
Oh, that's great.
So they played some football and they played some basketball, and my staff told me they were absolutely exhausted. So we're looking, as we move on, at more and more creative ways, right, to meet the needs of our students, really out of the box in these exceptional times, and how we're going to meet those needs.
You had mentioned during your presentation that interventions are being done by computer, I think is what you said. And can you kind of just run me through what that looks like or how that works?
Yeah, so it wouldn't really be by computer because it's still by a person, but we're using the computer to do intervention. So I might have misspoke on that, but so our staff is doing we have an intervention at the middle school, it's called Read 180. And so some of it is computerized, so our students can access the Read 180 on their Chromebooks, but our staff is teaching it every day. So they have 5 days a week that they're doing that, but then our students can do other work on that computer. Spelling, writing, some of the other reading activities are on that Chromebook. So it's a little bit of both, but still have to have a person.
So each IEP then would spell out how much time would be allocated for that?
Yep, so on the IEP itself, it would say if we were doing push-in services or if we were doing pull-out services. So if a student had an intervention or they were in an instructional level class, such as Sarah talked about, which would be a special education teacher and only special education students in that class, the IEP would say how many minutes that is. So they were going to be outside of the classroom in this instructional class for so long, or if it was a co-taught class, it would be just a portion of those minutes, because the teacher, the special education teacher and gen ed teacher would be teaching together, and you'd be supporting all the kids in the room and our special education students as well. So it's a portion of that time.
So if it was a pullout,
Yep.
then would the special education teacher then kind of separate out and just go one-on-one with the student who needs the service?
Sometimes, yes. So sometimes it's a group of students, so you may pull a group of students out.
That was going to be my next question. What if there's more than one?
Yeah, we wouldn't be able to probably meet the needs of all of our students if we did one-on-one for every single student across the district. And many of our students have similar needs, so you would pull a group out and meet that need together. And then there are some of our students who would require really that one-on-one support, so we would do both. And in the remote setting, we're really doing both. So we're doing some groups of students, and that would be for special education minutes as well as speech and social work. And OTPT is doing telehealth, so they are meeting with students via Google, and they're sending materials home for parents to practice at home. And then there are some students who are meeting individually because they really require that.
Well, thanks. I'm asking a lot of questions, but
okay.
I'm having trouble. At least I was having trouble kind of understanding exactly how this was all transpiring. So I just needed to get some clarification. I appreciate your patience and all of the staff's patience in answering my questions.
No, thank you as well. And really thank you for all of the support that you give us as well and for our community. So anyone who still feels like they have some needs, we do want to hear about that, and we do want to support our families.
Yeah, it's a difficult position for both sides because there's stress on both sides, and sitting here, it's easy to see that. And it's difficult. And yes, we would like things to go back to normal, and we'll try to get there as quickly as we can. But we have to live within means, and we have to live within safety requirements to make sure that we can deliver these services in a manner that's safe for both our teaching staff and for our students. So.
And we are planning, and I know obviously the next presenters, all of our administrators, planning on how to bring back more small groups of our most vulnerable learners so that they can get their needs met in the building, even if it's for a portion of their day, and looking at what that can look like. Probably that first week in October, we're looking at some of our more vulnerable students to be able to bring them back into our buildings.
That's great to know. Well, I mean, the sooner we can do that, the better, I think.
Yeah, we think so too. If we can do it safely and adhere by all the guidelines, we surely want to bring those students back. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn, and all the special education staff. We appreciate everybody being here. We're going to switch gears here a little bit and talk about hybrid options. We've talked a lot about getting students back to in-person learning, doing it safely. So we're going to revisit some of the things we've discussed before, but also share some new ideas. And like always, we'll start with the elementary level. They've worked well together as a team for the last several months, and I think they're going to attack this the same way.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me present. I was late for the meeting tonight because our girls were running cross country down in Ottawa, and not that I had the official scorecard, but our girls rocked it. It was unbelievable to see them. I'm certain that we won, or fairly certain we won, and it was just an amazing course, and what a great event to see all those kids interacting. Ottawa had their band there, which I hadn't seen for a while, so to see a live band playing for a cross-country meet was awesome. So it was a great high school experience. So I get to kind of lead off with just some updates and celebrations. In the interest of time, I will just kind of highlight a few things. First of all, when you think about just reflecting the last month or so, just everything's been accomplished with the teachers in less than a month is just simply amazing. The collaboration, the creation, all the tools that they're learning. A year ago, many teachers didn't know what a Bitmoji classroom was, and now they're implementing it every single day. So it's just absolutely amazing. Hats off to how hard they're working. Christy Crawford did a great job at the last meeting talking about the teachers are just killing it every single day, doing amazing work. I just need to echo that for all 5 of the elementary schools. The teachers are doing an amazing job. Technology has also been a highlight, I would say. The equipment has held up better than expected. We weren't sure on how it would shake out. It has worked out rather well, as well as the tech staff. Mary Jo Schwartz did a shout out to the tech staff for the EC, but also for our K-5 tech staff. They have been amazing, working countless hours, supporting staff and families, evenings, weekends. If the tech people are just doing a great, amazing job. So that's fantastic. Google Classroom has been a surprisingly positive platform. Kids are doing a really nice job getting into the meetings, interacting. Honestly, some of our kids in the meetings I've been at, they actually do a better job muting and unmuting than some of our adults, including myself. So that's been a positive thing. And then just the creative use of Google Classroom to get the kids interacting. The students are really engaged. On Friday, I had my 2 first grade classes did a Friday fun thing together where they took the 2 teacher computers and kind of face it to each other so all the first graders could see each other and then they did a scavenger hunt. So like when I was on, the first thing I had to do was get permission from their parents to run in the house and then go find something green. So they all ran and they came back and they were just loving life for a minute. So it was really fantastic. And the teacher's just been super creative in that regard. The other thing that's kind of new is just the use of nonverbal cues. You know, everyone knows the thumbs up. Actually, Mr. Weiler likes to use the thumbs up as a when we're in our meetings. But kids know the different signs, like to use this means agree. And when you pop into a classroom, you can see the kids all doing that, or celebrating learners by doing the golf clap and things like that. So students are being really engaging and participating, and that's been awesome. And then parent support. You can see up on the screen that at South Prairie we had a group of parents kind of affiliated with the PTO, but kind of out on their own, created a sign just to welcome all of us back. That was really neat. And then as Lynn Riley also mentioned, just the amount of positive emails we get from parents across all 5 elementary schools. I'm getting at least 2 or 3 every single week. Just a lot of times just an ask, like, hey, I need this, but I also want to tell you how amazing this teacher is. And if I don't get 3 a week, I'm surprised. So it's really great to be in a supportive community, I would say. And then just as we think about transition into the next level, the next transition into the remote or the hybrid level, we really have to think back of our Ed Camp and our PD week. I know you recognize several staff members that did that well, that did our PD that first week. It was absolutely amazing. But it was just a great reminder of having a detailed transition plan that's seamless, but then also includes time for teachers to do the work and also the professional development as they transition into a different plan. So that is our update and our celebrations. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Christy Crawford as she shares some data. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig, and good evening to all of you. I just want to start by saying we have entered our 4th week of learning this week. And I feel safely say that I think things are going much better. The staff is much more comfortable. The students are getting into it, and we've really seen a huge change from the 1st week now to the 4th week. Because of this, we did feel like we needed to reach out to our families and see how they were feeling about remote learning. So the first graph that you'll see is the overall satisfaction with remote learning. This went out to all district families on September 17th, so last Thursday. They had until Sunday at 11:59 to complete this. I will only be talking about the elementary portions, but this was also done for middle school and high school families. The elementary level had 772 families complete this, and I would like to share some of the results. First of all, if you look at the dark blue and red, that represents extremely satisfied and moderately satisfied. That came to be 60.5%. If we also add in the slightly satisfied, it increases to 76% of our families at least showing some satisfaction with remote learning. We also need to look at the other side, however. We had 8.2% of our families who were extremely dissatisfied. We need to make that better. We know that. Overall, the whole feelings of dissatisfaction were at 23.9%. While we would prefer that percentage to be lower, I do feel that our staffs are clearly making improvements. If you look at extremely satisfied, that one area being 24.1%, that clearly overpowers the entire level of dissatisfaction. Our staff and students both have been jumping through, I can't tell you how many hoops, to make this environment comfortable for everyone and to make sure that we are working effectively as a team. If you go to the next graph that we have for you, this is where we asked families to what their choice of learning style was. This really amazed me of how large the synchronous style was chosen. It was at 69.5%. In addition, we had 20.2% say that they really didn't have a preference. So to me, that says that they were getting as much from synchronous as they were from asynchronous. The last data that we have here, which I feel is probably the most important, is connecting with students' teacher for extra help. When we began remote learning, and I said this at my last presentation to you, all buildings emphasize the need that students and teachers need to both make and build relationships. When families were asked if they were able to connect with their student's teacher for extra help, you will see on this survey, 92.2% said yes. While we do wish that was 100%, I can honestly say that teachers are working with their students every day when issues arise and helping them when they are struggling or they need extra reassurance. From this, as the elementary administrative team, we know that we have to move into planning for what type of instruction would be appropriate for our students in the next 9-week period. So we reached out to administrators in 10 different surrounding districts to gain some insight on what they had found. All of the districts that we talked to were doing some type of hybrid environment. We're all different. No one was exactly the same, but we got to hear what was and wasn't working for these districts. When we finished our discussion with them, basically what we found was that there weren't any districts that we had talked to who were trying to implement a hybrid environment after just having a remote learning environment. So we knew that we still had quite a bit of work to do. We spoke with each district. I've listed the 6 topics up there that we talked with them about. And we really did receive some very good information to help us as we started our planning. We also felt the need to continue with our collaborative approach to planning. As you know from before, we have a reentry committee that we're working with, and we felt like we needed to present this to them and get feedback from them so that we could make some adjustments. As of right now, this plan has been reshared with the reentry committee. We did make some adjustments based upon the feedback they gave to us. And yesterday, the plan that you will be hearing about in a moment was discussed with all staff members at our elementary buildings. So now I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Ryan Schrader, and he's going to give you an overview of the 3 plans that we looked at.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Before I talk about the overview of the 3 different plans we looked at, I just want to take this time to first echo Craig and both Christy. I want to thank all the staffs for all that they are doing right now, how hard they are working, and how much we appreciate them. Through all of this, they've been flexible, understanding, and trusting what we are doing to do what is best for our students. And for that, they truly are amazing. The 3 plans that we looked at was the standalone full hybrid plan, which we presented about 6 weeks ago to all of you, which would be a A-B group, students coming on every other day. When looking at that, we had talked to our teachers, and they knew exactly who was going to be a hybrid teacher, who was going to be a remote teacher, who was going to have to go to a different grade level and teach. And they all looked at us and said, okay, because they knew that's what's best for our students, and they trusted us. That's not necessarily what they wanted, but they were going to do it because they trusted us and they wanted to do that for our community and our kids. Looking back at that now, trying to go from where we're at right now, remote, back to that plan, we know now that a lot of our students would have to change teachers. Teachers would have to change assignments. Teachers would have to go from hybrid to remote teachers, and we'd have to hire new staff. So that was one plan we looked at. The next plan we looked at, which some districts are implementing right now and currently running, is the standalone half-day hybrid. What that would look like is we'd still have A-B groups. Half the class would come in the morning, the other half would come in the afternoon. In the middle of the day would be spent cleaning and getting for the next group ready to go. The areas we ran into that's a problem is transportation. If our middle school and high school go back to a hybrid plan as well, transportation would be an issue with us trying to get our morning group home and our afternoon group there. Again, teachers' assignments would have to change, new staff would have to be hired, and students would have to change their assignments with their teachers and things like that. The other problem with that is students would come for 2.5 hours in the day. When they got home, they'd still have to do 2.5 more hours of asynchronous learning to get that 5 hours that's required. The plan that we like, and we've talked to our group about, is the parallel plan, which is going to continue to our A-B groups. The biggest thing with this is all students, whether they're hybrid or remote, would continue having the classroom teacher that they're currently in. That's very important to us. Our teachers have taken the time the first couple weeks to build relationships with those kids. Those kids understand the expectations of those teachers. They know how to use their Bitmoji classrooms. They know how to use their Google Classrooms, and they've started building those relationships. So with this parallel plan, like I said, continuing with AB groups, all morning meetings, reading, writing, math would be live, which is synchronous learning, for remote as well as hybrid, and even those hybrid students that are home for the day, they would all be getting live instruction from their own classroom teacher. At this time, I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Franks. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Just to kind of go over just a little bit more in detail about the parallel plan, as we're calling it. In this model, the teachers would be teaching both their hybrid students that are in person and their hybrid students and remote students that are home at the same time. They would be doing this with district technology to teach live, and although we would be using much of the current tech structure that they have in place at this time, we'd also be looking to outfit classrooms with other additional materials to make this more feasible. You can see there some the cost considerations that we have to outfit the classrooms with an external HD webcam, a tripod to move that webcam to other teaching stations around the room, wiring or cables, and then additional classrooms might need a la carte items to make that room or configure for different situations. In this model, we'd be looking to expand kind of what we were just talking about with the preferred mode of instruction, which is that synchronous time, and changing it just a little bit. Currently, we don't teach new content during our synchronous time, but in this model, we would. We would be using that synchronous time to teach the reading, writing, and math that we're discussing here. We'd also use that morning meeting that we've also grown accustomed to structure and foundation our day, to keep that as our strong foundation. Teachers would have the option of recording that lesson portion of those activities to post it later in the day for any students or families who were not able to attend the live sessions, or for families to reference later in the evening for reteaching purposes. Along with the live times, recorded content will also be pushed out for students for a couple of purposes. One, this would allow for teachers to have opportunities for their in-person class students to be pulled for conferencing, intervention, extension, or enrichment, as well as for our remote learners to have opportunity for self-pacing. We have heard from many of our families who are at home remote learning that they need some time to kind of build their own schedule, alter their screen time, things like that. And so those areas that we'd be pushing out for recorded content would be social studies, science, social emotional learning lessons we heard about this evening, handwriting, and specials. To kind of elaborate more on this, here's Ryan Janish.
Good evening. Our team has worked very hard on this plan. We spent a significant amount of time communicating with other districts. We felt like that was an important piece of that. And to go into just a bit more detail about the parallel plan, our team really felt like it was imperative that we minimize transitions and maintain relationships. So the first part of the parallel plan that led us to believe this would be the best option for us was that students get to keep their teachers and teachers get to keep their students. As we continue to have conversations with teachers, even just a week into remote learning, one of the things they would often say is, how can we ever go back and hybrid in the old model that we proposed? How can we reshuffle all these kids around? And it came to a very quick conclusion for us that that just was not going to be an option. We know that this parallel plan gives us several benefits. So obviously the relationship and the lack of transitions for students and staff is a main one. Also gives us the opportunity to respond to what's happening in our local community. In the event that we do come back in a hybrid model, if health indicators allow us to do so, and something happens and then we need to go remote again. Maybe in the flu season, something changes. We do not have to worry about juggling teachers and moving teacher assignments and moving kids. This model allows us to move in and out if that happens to be the case we're presented with, and we can be very fluid and adapt to what's happening in our environment. Additionally, if a family changes their mind on their designation, maybe they chose hybrid at first, maybe they're not comfortable with that, now they want to go remote, or maybe they started remote and now they want to go hybrid, they don't have to worry about being shifted schools. They don't have to be worried about shifting teachers. They know they stay with their teacher. They're just schedule changes in terms of the days they're in person versus the days they're at home. They get to keep that same structure that they know within the Google Classroom, same structure that they know in terms of their classroom teacher. We also like this model because teachers get to teach their kids every single day. So in this model, and with the reliance on the synchronous teaching times, students are able to access their teacher multiple times a day, and they get live content multiple times a day. We are teaching every day. In the model that we presented 6 weeks ago, one of the things we often struggled with was, how do we organize a traditional hybrid plan where students are in person for, let's say, A day, and then on B day, they're at home, and we don't have any connection to them. We're posting all asynchronous work, and they are truly working 100% independently. That very much requires the teachers to make multiple plans, a plan for when my students are in person and a plan for when my students are at home. In this model, the teachers get to make one plan. Now, it's not going to be an easy plan, so let's not kid ourselves or pretend that this is going to be easy. But it does allow us to teach every single day to kids. It does allow us to reach out to our students every single day. In this plan, we also looked at specials. And one of the things we really struggled with was in our ability to provide specials in person. So going to a shorter day, which is something we need to do because we still need to have a daily learning pod with our remote students. So our students who are never coming to the building who are fully remote, we need a designated time for our teachers to still meet with them every day, which is at the end of the day. And with a restricted schedule, the special schedule does not fit. We need so many blocks of time in there to rotate students through those areas. We also run into the struggle of many of those courses, we actually have to take the teachers to those rooms. We couldn't get the students down to those other classrooms. So in this structure, the specialist teachers would be teaching asynchronously still or posting their work asynchronously, and that's how the students would access it, just like they're doing now. One of the benefits to that is we also know that we're going to struggle with substitutes in this model. One of the things we need to be able to do is we need to be able to staff our buildings to have students there. So we would be able to utilize our specialist teachers as emergency subs. Obviously, the principals are in that list, along with the specialist teachers, and then a group of long-term subs that we've already trained in Google Classroom. Because again, a typical certified and or non-certified sub who's come into our building, the amount of teaching that we've done with our staff in the last month in terms of how to access Google Classroom and post content, et cetera, is going to be very hard to replicate for people who haven't been trained in that. So that's something that we're able to address in this plan. Much of the structure of the A-B hybrid that we're talking about here in terms of our parallel plan actually looks similar to what we presented 6 weeks ago in terms of the A days are still Monday, Wednesday. The B days are still Tuesday, Thursday. Our Friday would be remote for all students. Families would keep their same designation as they had previously selected. So if a family had selected remote, as of right now, we're assuming they're remote. If they selected hybrid, we're assuming that they would be hybrid. The district would communicate that previously selected designation out to families. There would be a window for families to change their designation if they wanted to do so. The other thing that's in here is for our students on our A days and B days, as they are able to access their classroom in person, we know that that's going to allow them a better response time in terms of many of the things we heard tonight, right? So access to related services, access to special education services, access to ELL services, and access just to their teacher to answer those questions. I think one of the things we have struggled with is we would love to be able to respond to all concerns that parents have immediately, but we also know that teachers can't physically do that. Our teachers have been working some very long days, 14, 15-hour days, posting content at 2, 3 in the morning, and we simply cannot keep that pace up. Not for their health and safety and for our district. It's not sustainable. And so in this plan, you will see that Friday is a remote day for all students. There are a lot of reasons for that, but one of them has to be to balance that for our staff. We've also heard from families that the synchronous schedules can be very taxing on a family, and they've asked for some flexibility. And so we like the idea of Friday being a little bit more of a flexible day for students and for parents too, that if they are completely remote or even if they have been following a synchronous schedule, that they're not tied to that necessarily on Friday. Some items that we need to continue to consider as we move forward with the possibility of a parallel plan. First off is we will have families that will need to change designation. We know that's going to occur. We also need to continue to monitor the arrival of the Chromebooks at the elementary level. Our families were amazing in the fact that they were able to only take a device if they needed one in their household and use their own devices. And within, in some buildings, single digits or within 10, we had enough devices for every kid to have one at home if they either use their own or we provided one. But we do need those Chromebooks to arrive to make our in-person learning a little bit more efficient. We also need to monitor the tech setup. So I know Mr. Franks touched on some things that we would need to purchase, such as the external webcam, along with a tripod and possible mic system. So we do need those items to arrive, and we do need to be able to set those items up. We also need to continue to hire staff. So a few of our staffing positions that were put on hold when we had decided to stay fully remote, we need to move forward with. We need to hire those positions. And then Mr. Wesley talked about really what was, I feel like, a pillar of our first plan of going fully remote is we really took time to develop a thoughtful timeline and transition process for our staff. We need to do the same thing now. This is another major transition, and not just for kids and not just for parents, but also for our staff. And we need to make sure that we have a very thoughtful timeline and a very thoughtful transition process so that when students are able to return safely, we're ready to meet those challenges. So the elementary team will continue to work with the reentry committee at our level, and we have those items to chat about, plus several others, as you can imagine. So there's our outline. Again, this is a draft plan. We anticipate there will be several changes moving forward, but we'd like your feedback.
So based on those survey and the results that were shared, I'm bothered by the amount that are dissatisfied, but based on the public comments tonight, do we know why they're dissatisfied? Or was there not a way for them to communicate that?
So Chris, I'm gonna kind of speak to what I'm hearing, right? So one of the benefits I think that we have had at the elementary level is we've been able to do our supply pickups every 2 weeks. And our attendance level at those have been extremely high. Some days we finish and there are less than 2 or 3 family items to deliver. I mean, the attendance has been in the 90% range for those, which is amazing. It has also allowed us to have a lot of dialogue with families as they walk up. And so, although the survey results are the survey results and they can only answer the way that they do, when we see them in front of the school, we get the full narrative. And people are all over the place, right? Yeah. And I think one of the things that we need to recognize in what we're doing right now for remote learning is every single family has a different situation. So you have families that walk up and say, this is amazing. We love this. As a family, we've been able to spend more time together. I know what my kid is learning more than ever. They're completely engaged and they love it. We have other families that are in different situations, and it's really hard to engage their students. And instead of becoming just a parent, now they're trying to be a teacher and a parent and a social worker. So I think one thing that we all have to agree on is this. Remote learning is hard no matter what your scenario is, whether you're the parent, the student, or the teacher. And everyone's trying to make the best of it that they can, and everybody's challenges are different. I can tell you, I feel like many of our households have some really great situations, but on days when your Wi-Fi is not keeping up, that becomes a very frustrating day, right? Or the day the link doesn't work, and sometimes those aren't even our faults. That becomes a very frustrating day. And so, while the narrative piece that we hear is very mixed and all over the place, I respect that. I don't think anybody's right or wrong in their feelings right now, because this is hard no matter what your scenario is. And so our data is our data. I'm not surprised, I guess, that we had 25% say they're unhappy in some way, shape, or form. And I'm not surprised that we saw 75% saying they're very pleased. I think one of the things that all of us building administrators constantly talk about is we listen to our staff, we listen to our parents, we bring all of those comments to our meetings that we still continue to have daily. And we say, this was a concern that was brought up at my building. Have you guys had this? Yeah, we have. Okay, what did you do? How did you handle it? None of these concerns are being dismissed. We listen very closely and we try to come up with those solutions. Some of them take longer than others, but we really try to make adjustments. I mean, one of the adjustments we communicated out this week was we adjusted Fridays. We adjusted Fridays based on feedback we heard from parents and feedback we've heard from teachers. And we have to stay fluid and adjust, but I guess that would be my answer to that question, Chris.
I'm going to speak to the surveys. That was my design. That was my, my direction to David when he put the survey together, but it was intended to be a snapshot. It wasn't intended to gather all of that additional data. Really just looking for a snapshot on how parents felt, how students felt about the remote learning model that we're under right now. Just felt like we needed to have that. Again, I would echo what Mr. Janish said. I've not seen those parents when they come up for pickup days, but I'm getting those emails. You guys are getting those emails. We've heard the comments at board meetings. I think there's some commonality there in terms of the additional narrative. Really, I just wanted a snapshot of how do parents and how do students feel about remote learning. So any concerns about the survey and how it was constructed, that was my decision.
Yeah, I don't know that I'm so much slamming the survey. I get why it's hard to always ask for a narrative. But I think it's important when 25% of our parents are dissatisfied that we understand why and that we're trying to deal with the why. And it's like I said to Lynn Riley before, extraordinary circumstances, are we able to get ourselves out of the box that we're in and be able to adapt to perhaps some of the dissatisfaction?
Yeah.
It's hard to know what's causing it. It's
Right.
good to hear, Ryan, that you say that you are having those conversations. It's even more exciting for me to hear that you're having a daily meeting and you go, okay, this is what I'm hearing, and you're all collaborating to try to come up with a solution for those things.
And, Chris, if I could echo just one more thing here about that topic. We are definitely meeting every day. We text each other probably, that's my most frequent text group right now with my fellow colleagues at the elementary level. We are constantly in communication on how this is going and how we can make it better. But our teachers are doing the exact same thing. If I could share with you the number of emails that they send out with a video of themselves saying to parents, I've heard your feedback, here's a change I've made in my Google Classroom to make things easier for you. Or here's a structural piece that I've heard. I just had a teacher do it over the weekend where she was noticing kids were struggling with what materials to bring to what synchronous meetings. So she made a slide that is just, at this synchronous meeting, bring these supplies, this is what we're going to cover. At this synchronous meeting, have these supplies, this is what we're going to go over. And then she made that video explain to parents, hey, this is why I'm doing this, and sent it out. So the second we see that, when this happens at all of our buildings, we forward that out to all of our staffs. Hey, this was something someone did. This was a great idea to help with organization for the family. So by no means was this plan presented, so many weeks ago, and we're 4 weeks into this and it looks the exact same. It has evolved every single week and every single day. And our teachers are going to extraordinary measures to try and meet the needs of our students. And I feel like every day it's a new list. It really is. Every single day there's a new list of things that we're like, okay, we need to get our engagement results ready. We need to get our tiers of intervention ready for our engagement piece. How are we going to handle pickup for remote students if we go back hybrid? Like that list never ends. Yeah.
Because I don't have an elementary student.
Sure.
I actually reached out to a teacher and said, hey, could I be in your classroom? And she was kind enough to invite me into her classroom, so I'm acting like a student. Am I completing all the work? No. But every day I get all of her assignments. I go to a Bitmoji classroom for a morning meeting. It has been a world of help to actually see it live and see what students and parents are seeing, because as much as you guys share information, it's still not really what's happening. So that's been great, and it is incredible what that classroom is doing. And I actually, the very first day I was in her classroom, I emailed her and said, oh my gosh, how old are your students?
Sure.
Because I feel like I'm struggling. So I find it amazing that they're able to get around that classroom and do their assignments and be part of the morning meeting and stuff. So I do appreciate it. I just want to be careful that if we're asking people if they're dissatisfied, that we're trying to do something to make that less.
Yep. And oftentimes when I would talk to somebody in front of the school, Chris, you know what they might say to me is, you guys are doing an amazing job, but I don't want to be remote learning with my kids right now, all right? And so that's hard, because then even if we are doing a great job with it, that dissatisfaction is still going to be there because that's not the model that they would prefer. And so, I think we can continue that discussion. I'm sure there are ways that we can reach out and continue to try and solve problems, but please note that that is a very high priority of ours as well.
Hey, Ryan, one thing I heard, just as a clarification, just wanted to double check. I think you had said something about if a student or parents decided that they were going to be remote originally, it was assumed that they would stay remote. Is that a true statement, or are we going to get more clarification from individual parents regarding which way they want to go when we do eventually shift gears and go back to in-person learning?
Yeah, so as a district, we've just kind of discussed the idea that the original designation would be communicated back out. I don't know if you remember, but it might have been like the week before you started school, you got an email that like, it basically re-clarified the designation you had selected. Like your student is hybrid A or your student is remote. And then we would do that same type of communication.
Okay.
And then if a family wanted to change their designation from either hybrid or remote, they could then do that at that time. So that's what I mean in terms of they would be able to adjust their designation at that time. So we would resend that out. Instead of resending the entire survey, we would say, here's what you put last time.
Gotcha.
If you need to make a change, please let us know. And then we could go with that route. The one thing I do want to caution though is, you know, the assignments of the A day, B day are very challenging to change. So for example, at the elementary level, we're locked into, 15, 16 kids per room per day. That's all we can fit safely to keep them 6 feet apart. So we can't have everybody necessarily switching A days and B days. That is very, very challenging for us. So that previous designation that we were moving forward with, in some rare cases, we've definitely had to shuffle some of those around, but sometimes we have to have a swap of one for the other.
Absolutely.
To fit.
Sure.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I just want to make sure that if somebody was completely remote, they may have an opportunity to shift gears or otherwise. So, okay. Thank you.
Ryan, I might be jumping the gun here, so excuse me, but so if we do the parallel model, and I know it's a work in progress, but does that mean that I'll have 16 students looking at me in my classroom, and then I'm going to have kids on a computer? So I'm going to be teaching here, disciplining here. I mean, as a teacher, which I did teach, to me, that sounds incredibly difficult. So I'm asking that question just because maybe I'm not seeing how this is going to work.
Right. So what you've described is accurate. You will have students in front of you. Those numbers are going to vary from room to room depending on your grade level. So for the younger students, those in-person numbers will probably be closer to 10 to 12. For the older students, it would be closer to 15, 14. And then yes, you would have a portion of students who would be on screen. So you're going to be teaching here the whole time, right? The camera is in front of you, and the students would be on a monitor right here in front of you as well, so you can see them as you're going. Again, we noted earlier in here, and I'll note again, what we're not suggesting is simple by any stretch for the staff. What we are suggesting is the best model, we believe, for the current situation that we are in. And so this is going to be very challenging, and we need to be able to support our teachers in best practices for how we're going to do this and do that. What we are not suggesting is that we're going to be live all day long. So please understand that this is segments of the day. So when I'm teaching my reading lesson, I'm going to go live for my kids that are at home while I'm teaching my kids right here in front of me. I do my mini lesson. I'm going to be recording that. But when I'm done teaching that mini lesson, that recording stops. I then can address questions. I then can interact with my students. At the point of time where now we're going to get ready to engage in classwork, we end the Google Meet. My other students go off to do their independent work. And then I'm now working with my 10 students who are in front of me until it's our next synchronous time. So we're not suggesting that teachers be live all day long. What we are doing is we would have very strategic times for both writing, reading, and math that they would go live, record portions of that to post in case a kid missed it or in case they needed some reteaching. And then they would work with the students that are in front of them for the remainder of the day. Julian, is this going to be easy? Absolutely not. And we need to recognize that, right? Our staff has said from the beginning, we don't want to lose our kids, and we're trying to be respectful of that. And so we come up with this plan, the parallel plan to address that. But this is going to be the next hurdle, right? It's a major hurdle. And we recognize that.
Ryan, are there any other districts that are teaching the way you're describing right now?
Yeah, there are. So as we reached out to some of those other districts, there were a few districts that were doing this type of model. it was great because we had a chance to talk to them about how's it going. And so we've received some of their feedback, some of their challenges, some of their successes. I will say this, in our model, this might be, a transition could be a little bit easier for us in terms of we have never been remote teachers before, and now we've done that. And in their case, they had never been remote teachers before, and the first time they did it was the first day kids were there, right? So that learning curve, there's no ability to adapt to that. Our teachers have figured out how they want to teach and how they can reach kids remotely. So now we're reintroducing the piece that they already know. So now it's going to be about integrating the new technology and then how to manage both those groups. And so we'll continue to be in discussion with those districts that are doing that. They've definitely had a lot of successes. They definitely learned some lessons that we will also be able to apply to our model.
I don't think this is going to be the hurdle that prevents us from getting there, but I do have concerns like Julene has identified just as far as, I mean, we've got 2 tech people here, 5 cameras, a dozen microphones, and how is each teacher going to replicate that sort of experience and be able to turn on and off those devices without a major interruption to teaching? And how are they going to handle the real discipline issues? If there's a student remote and an in-class classroom and the remote students are heckling each other or something, on the screen, and they have to interrupt their short recorded time, and now I got to discipline, and then I got to go back and edit that video because that's the one that's going to be recorded. It just seems like a lot to handle in an already time crunched day.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, it does. And again, nobody up here is suggesting ease out of this, right? We are suggesting complexity to make this situation the very best we can for our kids. And I think that's the part we almost had to concede a little bit here of, this is going to be hard, but we kind of have to do this really hard thing if we want to be able to keep our students and our teachers in the spots that they're in. Additionally, though, I will also say this setup is not what we're doing in the classrooms. Right. So what we're talking about is an external webcam with an extender cord on a tripod that plugs into your USB on your computer and instantly just switches the camera that you are using on your Chromebook or laptop to now the camera in front of you that you can move around your classroom anywhere you want. All we are doing, we're still running the Google Meets exactly like we run them now. Nothing changes with that. Just the camera we're using, the mic we're using is different. It's now here instead of over here. It is a 1-button push record on Google, and it's a 1-button stop on Google for the video. So it's a very simple system. It's actually such a simple system that we've already set it up in our schools. I currently set up 4 of these today at North Grove for trials for teachers to try simply for their Google Meets when they're in the room. And all of our buildings are doing this, not just one building. So we are getting this set up. The technology does work. We've already used it. We try it out 4 different systems in a classroom, the 5 elementary principals along with the tech team to get to this one. So this is not something that we haven't worked through or we haven't tried. The tech that we're suggesting does work. It is simple. It is easy to use. It will not require tech people in every room. And the rooms we set it up in today, we said, look, we want you to try this out and give us feedback. And so they'll start simple, and then we'll move towards the live and recorded piece. And a part of our transition plan here is we want all staff to have this technology available to them and in their rooms 3 weeks prior to a student showing up, so that they can be completely comfortable with what we're asking them to do before they're ever expected to utilize it in front of students. And that means not only the tech needs to be there, but we need to have time to walk them through those expectations and how to best use that technology to engage students.
And I would just ask for that consideration as well as far as the expectations of those remote learners and making sure that they are not creating a disruption and that we have policies in place to prevent that from disrupting the teacher's already stressful day.
Absolutely.
So Ryan, in your opinion, how quickly could you implement this plan from this point right now to where you can actually start, implementing this plan and getting it going? How much, are we talking 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 1 week?
We're talking the end of that 9-week session. So when we start up that second 9-week session, and I think we suggested the day after Election Day, so the November the 4th, I think it's a Wednesday, is the day that we're suggesting. That will give us time to make sure technology is on site, that it is working, gives us a chance to hire those staffing positions. I think one of the concerns the elementary principals continue to have is just we have to be able to staff these buildings daily to be able to have our students there safely. And so we need to have time to do that. We need to have time to train our staff on what we're going to expect them to do. So there is a transition process. We need to make sure that parents who want to change designation have a chance to do that. There are a lot of things that need to take place, in addition to all of the safety requirements that in-person learning brings, right? Because now we're talking about back to like, we're doing lunch, we are doing recess, we have the kids coming in, transitioning in and out. So this transition is a lot of logistics on our end as well, and we need time to do those right. So we won't be able to rush that, and I'm glad you asked that question. I think in that timeline we could do so. We could do so at a high level, but we need that time to do it.
And so you're saying early November, you feel like you would be battle tested at that point in time and ready to go from about as seamlessly as possible.
As seamlessly as this entire process has been, yes. I feel like it gives us the best shot to be able to make sure staff is comfortable and we have students to transition back. I mean, I think Mrs. Cam brought up a great point when she said, you know, this is another transition for kids, and we are going to have a lot of kids really excited to come back to their school. We're going to have a lot of kids nervous as well. So we just need to make sure that we are ready for that transition on all levels.
Okay.
So Ryan, going along with some of the comments that these three have brought up, as part of that that model where you've got in-person teaching going on as well as virtual teaching going on, is the teacher going to be required then to kind of at least have the laptop or device in front of them to be able to see if there's a question online or if there's something going on in the midst of teaching over the top of it, for lack of a better term?
Yeah, so the teacher is going to have their monitor in front of them, so they're going to be able to see their kids here and their students here. We need to be very realistic. There will be times, just like there are times in the classroom, when we bring the kids to the carpet and we're doing our focus lesson or mini lesson, where we'll say, hey, I want you to save your questions for right now. I'm going to go through some stuff, and then we'll have a chance for everybody to ask questions. That's going to look very similar. It's just now we're going to be fielding questions here, and we're going to be fielding questions here. Oh, yes, I see I have a question over here. And part of this, too, is, and we'll get better at this as we do it. We'll find the tricks and tips that work. We might have a transition activity for our students to do in front of us. Okay, I'm going to check on my remote learners for a second and hybrid students. I want those of you in class, you're going to do this for the next few minutes. I give these students my attention, make sure they have their question answered, and then they go away to do their work, and now I'm back with my kids here. So this transition process back and forth is not going to be easy, but we will find the techniques that work to manage the two groups.
So does it make them maybe a little bit less mobile in the classroom for periods of time, so they're not just disappearing?
Yeah, so
especially
it will.
for younger learners?
Nope, it absolutely will. So one of the things we looked at with the models was like a mounted camera on the projector at the ceiling, and we decided to go with a camera that is actually mounted on tripod so it could move around the room. So if a teacher wants to use an area of their room for their literacy time, which is often, kind of like a reading area with with an easel, they can go to that area. If they want to do math more by the whiteboard, they can do that. If they want to show an anchor chart in the room they need students to reference, they can pick the camera up and put it on that anchor chart. So, but certainly at times it will anchor the teacher to in front of that camera. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. And then as we talk about that Friday, because obviously if the parallel model works as opposed to what we've communicated to parents in the hybrid model, that Friday would look much like it does right now, right? Morning meeting at 9 a.m. and then all material just driven. There's no other meetings throughout the rest of the day.
Correct.
That change that's been made in the elementary this past week.
Yep.
Okay, so that stays the same from what would it be right now? Okay.
It would.
You had mentioned, or someone had mentioned, that this was brought up to the staff. What types of, I don't know if hesitation is the good word, but what kind of questions and concerns, I guess, did they have with this type of model? Is it some of the stuff that we've brought up?
Exactly the stuff you brought up, right? Like, so I'm nervous about another change, right? We're just starting to get used to remote learning.
Sure.
So whenever we introduce something new, I think we need to recognize that change is hard and that change needs to be nurtured. And we have to take care of people, right? We have to train people for what we want them to do. So the change piece, the tech piece, certainly the managing the two groups piece is something we've never done before. And every time we ask our teachers to do something they've never done before, we need to recognize that is going to be hard. So much of the feedback that we've received is exactly that. Hey, this sounds challenging. But then in the next sentence, they'll say, but we can't give up our kids. And so I think we all recognize that now that we have started remote, we built relationships, and we have students that we feel very responsible and connected to. the option to not keep that is just, it does put us in the position that we're in, and this is our best option.
Sure. Sure. No, I appreciate all the time that you guys have spent putting this together and diving deep, talking to other districts, doing all the other stuff in the midst of what is also going on, and rolling out an all remote plan as well. So that can't be easy to work on both of these simultaneously. Appreciate all of your efforts, definitely. It doesn't go unnoticed, and we just really appreciate the commitment to the students and the kids.
Thanks.
So, just to jump back in where we started on that comment before was, keep in mind we're talking about the K-5 students at this point.
Mm-hmm.
That's a same teacher, same 22, 24, 28 kids. It presents another level of challenge for middle school and high school, which I'm sure we're going to hear in a few minutes, because their class sizes are larger and they rotate every class period. That's a lot more kids to be managing and taking care of. Although I think this is the most viable option that I've seen across the board, and I've talked to a lot of other districts, and I know ones that are doing it and ones that are moving to this as well. They're calling it different things, but it's the same parallel process. And they're bigger districts than us. It will be even a different level of challenge for middle school, high school teachers that have kids that are moving around, and we go back to the question of, does the teacher move or do the students move, the ones that are in the building? Because are you going to be the teacher that has to do all that and be the one moving around, or do you be the one that's staying and the kids move? Each presents risk and challenge, and then we got to weigh, what's going to be best for each. I think you have to recognize that too, even though I think it is probably the most viable option that we have compared to the other choices.
Ryan, it was mentioned earlier that this would also give teachers the time to pull students out for breakouts and things like that. Understanding the constraints that we have as far as facilities, can you elaborate on where they would be able to do those breakouts?
It's just within their own room, so they would be able to pull small groups within their own classroom is what we were referring to there. So again, when the camera is off and those other students are working independently, now they get to work with the students in the classroom in small groups, and so they would have an opportunity to do that.
Is there room in the classroom, the way the desks are separated out right now, for a teacher to do that? And can that be done effectively within the guidelines?
Yeah, and so you might have to chunk your students by rows, right? So the way we have them set up right now, the flexibility of that might have to be more rows. In some of our rooms where we have smaller numbers of students, we would still be able to have reading tables. Obviously, if we use those, we would need to make sure we have a barrier, and then we'd need to clean those spaces before another student used them. So there are some options to do that. We can still move students around the room. We do need to keep students socially distanced 6 feet apart. We could bring them up to like the carpet area, the tile area, keep them apart, but then work with a group and then send them back to their desks. The hard part is going to just be managing the physical space and ensuring that we keep social distancing and that we continue to clean areas that are, used by students. And so oftentimes the students will be working at their desks or at their location, and the teacher will be on the move. So one of the things that we adjusted to several years ago in our district was more of a conferencing model for both reading and writing, where teachers meet with students one-on-one, and they provide them feedback and individual teaching. And so that's a model that we already have in place. And so even if they have to do more individualized support, it's something that we are very accustomed to in our conferencing model.
Because I've heard some feedback from teachers that they think that those sessions are going to be hard to be effective in just because of that distancing barrier. And I guess my question, I don't expect you to have an answer, and I don't think the state of Illinois has a good answer, is if those breakout sessions are for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and kids are wearing masks, do you still have to maintain 6 feet of social distancing? How is that any different than the waiter coming over and taking my order for 30 seconds while he's 6 inches away from me, whatever? Just something I would ask us to, probably needs to be part of that consideration. Where are those areas throughout the day where maybe some of those guidelines, we can find the areas where it can be relaxed in a safe manner and provide maybe an incrementally better experience or more effective intervention for those students. Another question, how many, now that we've got students and we've got 34% who are extremely satisfied, whatever the number was, do we know how many students would have to be so satisfied that they choose to stay remote even once we reopen to allow us to ditch the AB hybrid and get everybody in the classroom 4 days a week?
So in other words, how many students would have to select that model for us to be able to return students and stay under that number of 15?
So if average class size is, let's say 24,
25, yeah.
but we've got room for 15 separated, does that mean, that 36% of families have to say, we're so happy with hybrid, we're so happy with remote, we don't want to go through a transition, we're going to keep our kids home for the rest of the school year, and now we can say, oh, look, we've got room for, whatever I said, 15 kids, and 15 want to be here, let's just ditch the AB hybrid and get everybody in here 4 days a week.
I think the hard part about any of these models is we do need to stay somewhat fluid with what's going to be happening, not only locally in our local community, but also as our families, change designation. And the reason that becomes very challenging, exactly what you're saying there, Eric, is in our model we are right now, if 100% of our class determined they wanted to come back in person, we could put them into A days and B days, and we could accommodate all those families. Obviously, if we get to a scenario where we have, let's say, 10 kids in one room decide to go remote, which would be high. I mean, I'm just speaking of the numbers that I saw. My highest class was, I think, 8. So let's say we had 10, and now all of a sudden, okay, I can take all 15. The second somebody switches that, I no longer can provide that option. And so one of the things we just have to remember as we develop these plans are, while we're currently under the structure where people are getting choice on kind of how they feel the safest to learn, we also need to make sure that we can accommodate that. And so I don't know that number because I think it could change every 9 weeks. It could change every 4 weeks, depending on what's happening.
I guess I asked that question because I know parents are asking me. I know other districts have taken that approach. Was it Rochelle, I think, or one of the other districts that said, all right, if we get this many number of people, let's say remote only, everyone else can be in person. So if we're going to go through the process of resurveying to determine if people want to come back in this transitional model, it would be a question I think that would be worth asking, just so we know from a number standpoint, is it even plausible?
So I would say in our first round of numbers where we had about 500 students, if my memory serves me correct, about 500 students select remote. Thank you, 500 students select remote, something like that. We weren't even close.
Right.
We weren't even close to being able to accommodate that. Now, we might be able to accommodate that in one room here or there, but not across a school building.
But I think it was a bigger leap of faith for families back then because they had no idea what they were voting on. Now we've got at least 6-7 weeks of experience before this vote goes out where clearly some of them are at least extremely satisfied. So just throwing it out there if it's not a lot of experience.
It would have to be a big change. I mean, it would have to be a significant number of people opting to stay remote to be able to accommodate that district-wide. So, well, I understand that until we would, be in kind of a different scenario where we would be allowed to maybe put students closer than the 6 feet range. That would be very challenging. Those numbers would have to change drastically.
Yeah, my recollection was when we took that initial survey, 70% of the households wanted their students back in school physically.
Yep.
So I would be very surprised if we could accommodate smaller classrooms because people are going to do remote. It's a possibility, but I doubt it.
Do we know the total cost of this plan, Ryan?
So really in terms of costs, we have a few staffing positions that we need to fill that were previously positions that if we were in person we were going to need. A couple of the other staffing considerations we'll have to think about are like supervising lunch and recess. We just might need some additional help during that time. The other thing that we've talked about is, maybe our tech staff and then our health rooms, just making sure we're adequately staffed in those areas. These are all areas that we've had conversations about. But in terms of, teaching staff, we're currently staffed to meet the number of students, the needs of the number of students that we currently have. So in terms of adding teachers in this model, we wouldn't have to do that. And then the tech costs, the number was in here, was it like $22,500? To equip all elementary rooms with the equipment that we would need to do this.
But we haven't really put numbers to those other staff people, healthcare staff, or lunch or recess.
So I think we have some decisions to make at the district level with some of those things. I mean, they're not, like some of the positions we already had posted and we already had budgeted for. So we're filling those positions, but they're not new positions. Some of those positions, though, we might need to enhance depending on what we need to do in terms of safety, and it would be primarily in the areas of the health rooms and then lunch and recess supervision.
Two of the positions that we've talked about at the district level, because it impacts K-5 as well as 612, is the two areas, I should say, are tech and health. Just having a couple of extra health aides, at least this year, as well as tech support, just just people who can help fix devices, when keys go bad or things like that, especially also when new devices come in, helping to get them prepped. But at some point, we won't need those people. So, short term, that's going to be an additional cost, but long term, as soon as we can get back to kind of a full in-person, the new Chromebooks are in place, we've got them deployed, they've been onboarded, kids know how to use them, we would expect those needs to start to come down. The question is, when's that going to happen? Is that
Right.
January, March?
Next year.
We would, our conversations at the district level are those positions would be temporary, but they would be for the rest of this year. We need to plan for that because it's, under the current circumstances, it's hard to tell what the future is going to hold. Other than that, the only other piece was the tech piece that Ryan talked about.
Are you worried about having enough substitutes?
Yes. So, again, part of our model was that we looked at keeping those specials asynchronous so we could use those staff members for emergency subs. Of course, ourselves, we have a couple of trained subs in this model. The dialogue about all these topics just continue all the time. And so we've already talked about, how do we get a core group of subs trained in what we're doing so that as we need them, we're ready. Because we will. We know that. So we have concerns, but we also have solutions. So we just got to keep moving.
Absent a vaccine, do you see the rest of, if we go down this route and use the parallel model, do you see that being the rest of our school year?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know that any of us do. I wish I did. It might make this process a little easier. I do know this. It makes us the most fluid. It means that if we come back for 2 weeks and something happens and we have to go remote, we're ready for that. It means that if after 2 weeks of being home, we can come back in person, we're ready for that. It means that at any point we're allowed to come back full in person, we're ready for that. I guess it gives us the best opportunity to be fluid and to be able to adapt with what's happening.
I would tell the community, and I would encourage the board to consider this. If we make this transition to the parallel model or another model, any other hybrid model, I would go into that transition assuming that this is the rest of the year. If conditions get better, then that's great. We'll try to be as flexible as we can. But I think this is the most fluid model, the most flexible model. If the board gives us the direction to move it in transition to this model, I think it is sustainable for the rest of the school year, although I would hope at some point there's a vaccine or something that would allow us to bring students back, more in person, if not full in person.
I hope we're not coming back in a couple weeks talking about a flipped hybrid remote plan, right? Like, we don't want another one.
That's where I was headed.
Correct. We feel like this model gives us the best chance to adapt to changes, so.
Okay. I'm not gonna ask any questions.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you for your patience.
We're going to invite the Mr. Carlson up. He's going to speak for the 612 team. Middle school and high school, in a lot of ways, kind of go together. The schedules aren't exactly the same, but similar, and that students are moving typically in a normal day, things like that. So we're going to give Mr. Carlson the microphone.
I don't know how sharp I am at 10 o'clock at night.
But you talk fast, so that's good.
I know. If I was a stand-up comedian, this would be perfect. I'd just be going on, so. But I'm not. You're going to hear a lot of the same things you heard from the grade school report in terms of the type of models. The three things we really looked at were health and safety implications. You talked already a little bit about, high school's different. It becomes a tornado between hours. Kids are moving all over the building. Number of kids we have in the building, the different type of students that we do have, instructional implications, and then the cost implications. So those were kind of the variables that we were looking at. Chart just shows, again, we're in remote learning. We're going to go to hopefully to some type of a transition to some type of a hybrid and then go to some full return. When we go to hybrid, because of what we have to deal with, I'd like to walk into it rather than run into it. In other words, maybe one day do Monday and Wednesday in A, work through those issues because I've got kids going to get dropped off, kids who are going to drive cars. a number of bathrooms we have to clean every hour, because between every hour, we're going to be cleaning areas, making sure all our procedures are down. The next week would be a week, and then the next week we'd go full bore. If that's not your wishes, we would just go back straight in, but I still think that no matter how well we plan, we're still going to have some issues bringing the kids in back into the situation. So, and our ultimate goal, obviously, would be to a full return. So, looking at phase one, when we were in remote learning, we collected some data. Our intent of the data we collected was just to see how well the training we gave our teachers worked, and then how well the training was we gave the students in terms of getting into our system. So we looked at our teacher responses. You know, my students were able to log in my class and complete my expectations on day one. 88.4% said students were able to do that. David, we got those charts? Okay. Based on my expectations, I felt students engaged in my class this week was 74% thought it was very high or average. Based on how heading this week running my class remotely was, 77% was about what I expected or easier than I expected. And based on how I felt heading this week, my ability to use Canvas to support my goals was 98% said better than expected or about what I expected. So I was happy with the obviously the work that the group did in terms of preparing our teachers and the work that the teachers did during those 5 days. And again, thank you guys for those 5 days. I think they were very, very valuable and were used very well, and we had a good response from that. In the middle school, their data was my students have been able to consistently log into my class and meet expectations. 76% said that. Based on my own expectations, I believe student engagement in my class has been 98% said very high, high, or average. Overall, remote learning has been 60% said easier than expected or about what I expected. And then student responses. I did not put the district data in here. This was from our first week, so I was a little bit surprised by this because our students the first week said they liked the asynchronous level better. In the district one, it was they liked the synchronous better. So, so maybe they flipped after 3 or 4 weeks of having those courses. Asked students how their ability rate to navigate Canvas. 78% was a 4 or 5. So most kids had the ability. Do you feel like you know how to connect with your teacher for extra help? 94% said yes. So again, we still have a percent that don't. So I thought that data was good. Phase 2, coming back, we looked at really 2 options, the standalone and the hybrid. And I know one of the discussions we've had, the board has had, is about, you know, reducing course offerings and saving money that route. You know, we're contracted to pay people for the year, and our people are licensed in specific areas, so I can't move them around. So by trimming classes right now, I don't think that's viable. Also, it would be difficult for kids to complete a 4-year plan. And to me, it could be viewed as discriminatory, but we're saying just because you're in remote, you can't take these classes. I don't really like that idea. And again, I think those other courses bring some of the culture to our school that we need. So looking at phase 2 common elements, everybody would have an A, no matter which of those 2 hybrid plans, everybody have an A-B attendance structure, still a half day, Monday through Thursday, with Friday be remote learning, grab and go lunch, 8-minute passing periods, depending on what cleaning looks like in the classroom, may have to extend or shorten it. And again, I've been in contact with local districts, with Canelan, with DeKalb, with Huntley, about what they're doing and what they've looked at, so we can talk a little bit about some of that. Cleaning and social distancing guidelines previously shared. In-class sessions can be recorded and shared as needed. The standalone, which we shared with you before, we talked about why economically this is not a good idea. When I talked to Canelan, they did this, and the numbers that I gave you about what the cost would be for us were what the costs were for them. So they spent well over $500,000 in implementing their plan, so having to hire extra teachers in order to have standalone sections. So, and we'd have to redo the master schedule, resection classes. Students would get brand new teachers. Teachers obviously would brand new students, spending time culture building, et cetera. So again, we have shared that before, and you guys talked about that. Does give families, again, ability to choose the environment they think is best for them. Staff and students could follow IDPH guidelines. Biggest thing, instructional implications, is you'd have a teacher just teaching a remote section, and you have teachers just teaching hybrid. You're not trying to mix the modalities together. So just one instructional paradigm. So a little bit different in terms of what's best for instruction. Cost implications. I think you're one behind, David. Maybe you're 2 behind.
One more.
or maybe my slide's messed up. Cost implications, obviously it's going to cost us well over $500,000. And we talked about that's probably not sustainable in our district right now. So going to hybrid, parallel, is essentially the same model what the grade schools explained, you know, almost exactly the same. The thing that's different is our students would change classes and would move about. Teachers would have a third of their class in front of them, essentially, and then 2/3 would be remote, because you'd have the remote-only kids, and then you'd have your hybrid B kids out there and your hybrid A kids sitting in front of you. So the thing we would probably want to look at differently is the technology. They've really only spoken to one teacher, and I want the lesson to drive the technology, not the technology to drive the lesson. I have certain departments that probably need different technology. So science, for example, may want different ways to integrate their lessons. So, but financially, much less significant. We could live stream lessons, still have the ability to get questions from students during the lesson. Same thing as Ryan talked about. We don't look at this as 7 hours in a row of students sitting in front of a computer. It should be some type of teaching and then some type of activities where kids aren't constantly on a computer all day long. So they can still, families can still choose the environment they think is best for them. Follow all the IDPH guidelines. The format itself does, lend itself to have more lessons lecture-based, just by saying, I've got everybody here, but we're saying, again, we're trying to tell the teachers, that's not what we're going to demand from you, that you may have something different for kids to do, and you may be working still with small groups. Fewer curricular and pacing changes we needed, because everybody's going to be seen every day the same way. Substitutes would struggle. We're going to still have that same issue, and even if we have a sub who is a teacher who's out sick but is symptomatic, example, but says I can still teach from home, we're still going to have to put a body in that classroom. So we're either going to have to hire a sub, or we're going to have some type of supervisor. One concern that Ryan talked about there at the end, if a high number of remote kids chose to come back to hybrid, we might have a struggle, because we have, at least right now, just with the model and the kids we have now, we know we have to move 5 classrooms, because we have some small classrooms. So we're going to have to move those and probably teach in the library and some other larger spaces. But if a high number of people wanted to come back, that would cause some challenges for us. I don't think, not that they can't be overcome, we'll just work through it. Cost implications, technology we would need, no additional staff would be hired. We'd do some professional development. This model has not been really utilized much. If you go out and look on Google Scholar, there's nothing out there about best practices for this parallel model, but there's also never been a pandemic and people forced into the situation, so it's forcing people to look at things differently. Sub costs would increase a little bit over those other models. When we looked at, do you get the chart at the end, David? Our low number on technology would be 37.5. I think it'd probably be a little bit higher than that, because I'd rather go, when I talk to some of the districts, they're going to an a la carte method, or methodology, letting departments choose what they need for their departments, and some need more and some need less, and some of it's by teacher. Good things, well, the stresses on this, obviously teachers just learned how to do online. They've been doing it for 4 weeks. They're going to be doing it for 9 weeks, and 9 weeks they're not going to be experts. Obviously huge stressors for our teachers. Students are going to go through the same thing, but there's huge stressors on our kids right now not being in school, huge stressor on our parents not being here. Teachers are stressed too, not seeing kids. They want to see their kids too. So I think we're trying to serve a lot of people. Is it perfect? No, but I don't think there's anything perfect right now. Is it better to me to get kids in a building? Yep, absolutely. Kids are dying. From a high school perspective, there's a lot of things that make high school great. Teaching's part of it, classroom's part of it, but there's a lot of things outside of that makes high school great, makes the memories, whether it's the activities or seeing your friends in the hallway, lunches, just social life. These kids are struggling right now. So the positive part I look about this, for 21 years we've talked about mass customized learning. Right now our teachers will leave this with learning 3 modalities. They'll learn, by the time we're done, they'll be able to do online, they'll be able to do hybrid, they'll be able to do face-to-face. So for the first time, we're being forced to say, when this is all said and done, can we still offer online? Can we still offer hybrid or blended? And can we still offer face-to-face and truly get ourselves to where we customize learning? Now, we're getting forced to do this because of the pandemic, but looking for the good that can come out of this. So again, obviously our teachers have worked very, very hard. They're stressed, but they're troopers, and they've said, we'll go, they get it. Kids though, again, when I talk to kids, when I see kids, I did senior early grads. Kids so mature, on tape. Only, I think 3 said, hey, it's not high school, so I want to get out. But, they want to come back here. So I know when I'm talking to community, to parents, talk to kids, they want to be here. A couple days a week is better. I talked to the driver's ed teacher today. One of the students said that's the highlight of his week, his driver's ed, because I get to see other people and I get to do something different. So it seems like something simple to be here a couple days, but I think it's going to be huge, and it's going to be important to the mental health of these kids, and to the mental health and the stress on the parents also. So, and again, it's a transition, and hopefully things change for us, and we have that opportunity to get back. So again, it's not much different than what the middle school did in terms of explanation, just a little bit different in terms of how we would move kids around the buildings and things like that, just because it's a high school. So.
Are we concerned about, I could have asked Ryan this too, are we concerned about having the technology in place by November 4th?
Yes.
Okay.
If you order anything right now, I'm concerned. So, yeah,
I think the biggest concern for K-5 is the Chromebooks arriving on time. We still don't have a ship date for they came in 2 orders, is my recollection. The first order is the bigger one that would allow us to make this work. We don't have a ship date for that yet. The ship date for the second group that was ordered, I believe that ship date was November 30th, but that was made a month after the first order. So we're still waiting to get confirmation on a potential ship date for those other devices. That's probably the biggest concern.
At what point will we make the decision?
It's a good question, and I've got a timeline in a couple of slides.
Okay, all right.
In terms of the cameras and the other pieces of equipment, more available, but still we need to get those here. If the decision is made to move forward with the parallel model, we need to order those, get those here so that we can set them up and then let teachers start working with them.
and every one of our classrooms either has a webcam or an Elmo already in it. We ordered those and we've got those, but some may want something a little more high tech, like if you're, depending on what you're teaching, you're active, I know it's more expensive, but the swivel system where you put a lanyard on and that camera follows you around. A good microphone, so make sure kids can hear you at home. Speakers, whether there's speakers in the ceiling or speakers here, so that everybody hears when kids ask a question online. So, but again, and it depends on how teachers teach. Some teachers want all that stuff. Some teachers want no part of that. Some teachers don't need it. Some teachers may need it. And then boards to write on, making sure whiteboards don't get washed out, or where we have the ability to share those whiteboards or the smart boards on the computer with students. So we just have to work through department by department. Like I said, I think some departments will be very simple, and some departments may, want more things to make their job better and more efficient.
Tim, is it possible that some of the classes would be taught solely remotely just because it'll alleviate numbers in the building?
Yeah.
So like if you're going to take government, you'd only take it online, even if you were in our cafeteria on a computer taking it online, or?
We haven't talked about that. I mean, I would say no right now. We haven't talked about that. I mean, we obviously at times throughout the years have put kids in online programs because it didn't fit into their schedule, into an Apex program and things like that, because it didn't, and they were fully online. But we haven't talked about that right now.
Okay.
That hasn't come up with a schedule. Again, if all of a sudden a bunch of people want to come back in and we don't have room, and we say, any volunteers who wants to do it online, could we, then have to get a teacher obviously to volunteer to teach it online, and then, we have to work through that. But
okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there's a couple things that we've not talked about that really impact the entire district that I'd like to cover. It really didn't fall into K-5 or 6-12. It really is K-12. The first one is the metric model. So we had some conversation about this at a previous board meeting. And I'll get to some of the tweaks that we made to the metric model. And those really came from some concern and I think the recent peak maybe it was Labor Day weekend, maybe it was the students coming back from NIU. We know that there was a peak in cases at NIU. But these two graphs were taken right off of the IDPH website this afternoon. And you can see the one on the left tracks the number of cases per 100,000. And you can see how that's kind of went up in about mid-August, kind of peaked, and it fell down. And then these last 2 weeks have not been very good. And those reflect, again, could be Labor Day, could be NIU students going back. In my opinion, it's probably a combination of both. But you can see how the graph on the right also mirrors that. That's the positivity rate. So how that's changed over the last several weeks. It doesn't quite mirror the number of cases per 100,000, but you can see especially the peak at the very end. I want to point out that the dashed lines on both of those graphs represent a threshold identified by IDPH. The one on the right, the positivity rate, I believe that's 8%. I'll come back to that in just a second. The one on the right, and the one on the left is 50. Some of the feedback that we received from the health department was that when we initially showed them the metric model, they really liked it. We were one of I think the only districts that we're talking about at the time, and remember this came from the SEA. Pam Olson in specific put this together. The SEA proposed it to the administration. That's how it originated. The DeKalb County Health Department folks that we talked to really liked the model, but as time went on, I became increasingly concerned that if we just lived completely by the numbers, black and white, there might at some point be a situation where we needed to deviate from that a little bit, and I think the last couple of weeks demonstrate that. So just wanted to use those graphs to point that out. So here's a revised model. I made these revisions and then shared them with the group that put the original model together, got some feedback, tweaked it a little bit more. So this is the model that I would propose that we use. Instead of four levels, it's down to 3. Full remote, a hybrid with an asterisk that I'll talk about in a second, and then a full return. The numbers at each level have been modified to reflect the IDPH metrics for school criteria. They labeled them as moderate, minimal, moderate, and substantial. But we took those exact numbers and implemented them in this model. So full return, it would have to be less than 10 cases, 10 or less, I should say, per 100,000. 5% or less test positivity. And one metric that we added was the number of new cases in residents who are under 20 tracked over the previous 2 weeks. That population is our students. So that helps us to track COVID cases within that 0 to 20 age group. And the IDPH recommended that number needs to be at or below 10% in terms of the increase in new cases. If you move up to the hybrid box, the number of cases per 100,000 would be 11 to 99. Their threshold was 100 to get to substantial. And the levels in terms of test positivity were between 5 and 8%. And then the increases in new cases in residents under 20 for the previous 2 weeks would be between 10 and 20%. And then you can see under full remote, 100 or more cases per 100,000, 8% or higher test positivity. And then the increase in new cases in residents under 20 in the previous 2 weeks would be greater than 20%. The boxes on the right, I just kind of explained what had changed from the previous model that we had shown. I put an asterisk by hybrid because we started to get to a point where we were having discussions about what number would trigger a K5, kind of a blended hybrid. K5, is hybrid and 612 is remote, or what numbers would trigger, still being able to bring some of our most vulnerable populations back, special education, ELL, but everybody else would stay home. What really made sense to me, because there still has to be a little bit of subjectivity in this, was to identify that a hybrid could be one of those 3 things, and it could be something different down the road. It could be the parallel model. And I explained that a little bit, or that's explained a little bit in the next slide, but this is how the first part of the metric model would change. So some of this information is pretty similar to what was shared before. You know, what's the advantage of using metrics? It's quantitative data, it makes it more objective. Provides flexibility, allows learning model to be determined by current conditions. Everybody knows the parameters and can anticipate if a different model may be warranted. All stakeholders are also accountable and motivated to engage in the mitigation process to make it the safest possible environment. So the community knows what the thresholds are, but the community also knows that they have a vested interest in practicing safety to keep those numbers down. And then the bottom 2 points are first of all, in number 5, where we pulled the data from the IDPH website. That's an active link. And then the county level metrics, that data is pulled every week. That's published on Monday. IDPH collects that from the previous week, publishes that, and then when you go on the IDPH website, you can select the county. So that's the link to get to the DeKalb County data. This is a little bit hard to read, I apologize. Some of this is original, some of it has changed. So how would we use the metrics to make decisions? Using data still relies on the expertise of epidemiologists, virologists, and infectious disease experts. Using DeKalb County data acknowledges the interactions between residents of DeKalb County. It's not just Sycamore, although one of the pieces of data that I think would be important is looking at the data from each zip code within our school district. So Cortland, Sycamore, and the different zip codes within our school district. Number 3 was something that had changed, multiple cases involving residents in specific populations. The original proposal was that the number of cases in nursing homes and assisted living homes would be assigned 1. But then when the outbreak happened at NIU, and we realized that that's a population that does not stay isolated, as residents of an assisted living home do, those students, while they're on campus for a period of time, those are the people who are taking your order at a restaurant. They work at Kohl's, they work at Target, they work at other local shops. So there's still a lot more interaction with those folks. So we would include those numbers, but we would also do our best to track where those peaks might be coming from. Number 4, number of cases, students and staff at the school district will be monitored. We've been monitoring those ongoing. One positive case from a while ago, there have been a lot of cases where a staff member or student was showing symptoms, and we followed up on that. But luckily, knock on wood, only that one previous positive case. Data will be monitored on an ongoing basis, so we can watch trend data to make decisions every 9 weeks. We talked about doing that sooner than 9 weeks, but I think it's still advantageous to stick with a 9-week time frame. Gives us trend data to look at, as well as there's no surprises for the community. We're watching that. If it's stable, it's going to be a much easier decision at the end of the 9 weeks. Here's a big change. The final decision, and just so everybody knows, I proposed this to the committee. I'm not sure that I'm real excited about it, but I'll talk about it a little bit more in a second. The final decision regarding the transition from one model to another rests with the superintendent, who will consult with the board president, staff, and other experts. And why did I volunteer to be that person? I liken this to calling off school for weather. So under those conditions, if it's cold, if there's snow on the ground, if there's ice, ultimately that's one of the things that the superintendent is responsible for. Superintendent doesn't make that decision in isolation, talks with the transportation director, talks with other local superintendents, road commissioners. So that person is responsible for the decision, but it wouldn't be made until other people had been talked to, been part of the conversation. And in this case, we're not making that decision at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're out driving the roads. There's trend data to look at, and there's time to make that decision. There would be a lot of factors that could potentially play into that, so we included those there, factors that may impact the decision. To transition between models maybe, but aren't limited to guidance from the DeKalb County Health Department, data from individual communities that I spoke about earlier, peaks in cases in specific groups, timeline of the eventual availability of a vaccine, and one of the other examples that Mr. Janish brought up earlier, the onset and the impact of cold and flu season, which is coming up. The hybrid model under number 7 being considered may vary, and it really depends on, I think, the circumstances at the time. And again, that's not a last-minute decision. That's a decision that we can look at the data, talk to the experts, and make the best decision for our students and our staff. Number 8 is about providing as much notice as we can. I think the school district needs to make every effort to notify families at least 1 week in advance, if not more than that, if we think that we're going to need to transition from one mode to another. Unfortunately, as we saw with the cases at NIU over the last couple of weeks, that spike can kind of come up unexpectedly. We may have to move quickly, and one of the advantages of the parallel model is that it gives us the opportunity to do that a little easier. But we'll try to provide as much notice as we can. And then using metrics to analyze data sets sets our district apart as a leader. I was on a call with superintendents this morning. Superintendents are still kicking around this idea, but nobody's finalized a model yet. And some of them have created a model that was based on the work that originally came from the SEA. And then the last page is the same. It's the resources that we used. So I would be interested in the feedback in this model and the changes that we've made. Again, it was shared with the SEA leadership. We went back and forth with some revisions. But this is the model that we're proposing to use to make these decisions.
Well, I've got some feedback, but I'm not sure where to begin on it. And I know we've talked about this when it was last presented. I know Steve and I shared some similar concerns about what do those metrics mean? Now, the updated number you've provided on here make me feel better, only because looking at historical data, it seems more likely that we can operate in a hybrid solution. But that almost seems more to me like I'm just picking numbers that allow me to accommodate the type of instruction I want. And that's not a fault of the districts, but there hasn't been there's nothing on Illinois' site that I've been able to find that says, here's how we came up with these numbers. Mm-hmm. It's just someone that says, okay, well, as long as it's below 100, that's moderate. Or if it's above 100, that's severe. I mean, I don't see any references on their website that here's the study that says that's why this number is meaningful. The second is I'm not sure which one of those metrics is most important. I think expecting cases to go to 0 is something that may never happen, and I won't spend an hour going into vaccine research that I've been going through and whatnot, but it seems like expecting that it's just going to disappear a year from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now, and we have got a case count of less than 10, could be a goal we never achieve. And I understand once people have become maybe more comfortable with living with the disease, then we may revisit this and just say, okay, we're done with it altogether, and these numbers are no longer meaningless. But which one of those values is the one that we feel, or IDPH feels, or the county health department feels is most meaningful as far as a risk assessment? Is it number of new cases? Well, those have been climbing since the beginning of June, but we haven't seen deaths move at all. If you look at daily deaths in Illinois, it's been basically a flat line. I mean, there's been a nominal number, but it hasn't changed in 3 months. So clearly these new case counts are not leading to additional fatalities. So I think that's a factor worth considering when we come up with which of these metrics is most meaningful. The second is third point, I don't know how many points I'm on. I'm not good like the politicians.
Eric, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Could you go back to the metric screen, just so it's up in front of us? Okay, go ahead.
The county site that we're pulling these numbers from, if I pull it up right now, says that the data they're showing is week 37, September 6th through September 12th. Well, it's now September 22nd. So if we're waiting for this data to get updated on this site, and now we're reacting to a situation that occurred up to 2 weeks ago, are we really doing anything to increase our health safety, responding to data that's lagging by that much? That's another concern that I have.
I would agree with all of those things, and I think that's another reason why I think it's a good idea to go from a 2-week kind of window to that 9-week, so you see the trend over time. You will continue to run the risk of a peak right at the end of the 9 weeks, which for us is going to be in December, in the middle of winter. But I think we watch that trend data. I think another piece is that mortality rate. At some point, This is my personal belief, is that that number's never going to be zero, that COVID will probably evolve into something very similar to the flu. But as we develop therapies, whether it's a vaccine or other therapies to address the symptoms, we're probably really talking about starting to minimize the symptoms and see that mortality rate decrease. But we've lived with COVID for a long time. We're going to live with it for a longer time, even further. Is a different strain going to cause problems in the future? Who knows? I think you've raised some really good points. I think at some point, the metric won't be necessary because some of those factors will stabilize long enough that it's not necessary. We'll always need to be aware of it, but again, therapies or a vaccine are going to help to offset that. I don't have a good sense of where those numbers originally came from IDPH either. I do know that the CDC numbers actually were even higher.
Right.
So I felt better about these numbers being kind of a happy medium. They're actually higher than what we proposed before, but still less than the CDC. And I think, right or wrong, when they come from the IDPH, I would rather that those thresholds come from Illinois as opposed to the national level.
I appreciate that feedback, and I'm not trying to stir up old, March era discussions about shutdowns and not, but I know, with the original discussion being, flatten the curve, and that made, sense, I guess, because we don't want people dying unnecessarily because they can't get the health care we need. Well, there's other statistics that are provided on the site, including, ICU availability, the number of people going to the emergency room, and even with that spike on there, you basically see nobody in DeKalb County went to the emergency room for COVID symptoms. Nobody was admitted. So there just needs to be a way to try and balance that activity and not just look at a number and say, it hit 8, we got to shut down. And again, I don't know what the solution to that is. I would love to have a system that just looks at data and makes it objective so that we can remove that subjective part of us that says, God, I really want to put kids in the classroom. I just don't know what that objective piece is. This is a take on it. I can't say it's wrong, but I also can't say that I've got the data and research to justify that, yes, that's something I can hang my hat on and say, we're doing it right this way.
I agree, and that's part of, again, why I added that piece, in the next page, and that this will be a big piece of that decision, that discussion, but it's got to be other factors because it's hard to say that this is absolutely the right thing.
I agree with all of that. I think 10's an unrealistically low number that we won't achieve for years, and I think we need to be back to a full return before years from now. So there have to be those other metrics. We could have 10 cases at NIU for months and months and months because they're coming from all these other places. So they're bringing it with them sometimes. So I think where the cases are coming from, like we had in the slide that had the various other factors, I think they have to play a strong role in that because I don't think 10's achievable in the next 2 to 3 years. That's just my opinion. I think that's very low.
I'm going to agree with both Eric and Steve here. But additionally, what it doesn't take into consideration as well is what's actually going on in the walls and the buildings. You would like to think that the numbers would coincide, or what's going on in the outside is going on here as well, but that's not necessarily the case. I mean, you could, and that goes both ways. It could go the way of in the county, the numbers are increasing, but we're not seeing that necessarily in schools. Or vice versa, where there is a huge outbreak here or something's going on, but the county numbers are super low. So it goes back to your main point, Eric, is that being data-driven is good, but I just don't know what data we necessarily need to hang our hat on. That's where I struggle with a model. I think a model is a good thing. I just don't know what we're measuring, especially as we listen to all the feedback that we've heard the past couple of months. I mean, we've heard deaths are obviously a concern, obviously, but then it's the lasting effects of it, and what are we really concerned about? Just getting it? How many? The number of deaths? What number? Where's our concern? There's just a lot of variables here to be able to say this is it. This is our number that we're going with, and to be able to publish that somewhere so everyone can see it and know that we're going to hang our hat on it, regardless of what happens, because the first oddball thing that happens that throws a number out, there's going to be an outcry, and rightfully so, saying, you have this on your side, or you're saying that this is your model, you need to stand by that. So I think it's really hard to adopt something like that right now with not really knowing where we should be with it, so.
To me, if I understand what you're saying, Steve, is this is a tool that's going to be used as a judgment call. And it adds the little comfort level for the SEF, SEA. It's past my bedtime, so.
SEA.
It adds some comfort level for the SEA, gives them a little buy-in on this. But ultimately, from what you're saying, it sounds like it's just going to be a judgment call based upon your part, Jim's part. I would imagine there'd be some board direction as well, some input. So regardless of what stat or what we're looking at, we have to plug in something. But ultimately, it's going to be beyond this metric, I think is what you're trying to say on your decision, correct?
That's exactly it. And over a 9-week period of time, the board will meet several times. So we'll have a chance, we don't necessarily need to talk about it at every meeting, but have a chance to share that data with the board on a weekly basis, just so that the board sees it. And as we approach that 9 weeks, it really could be, include a conversation at this level too. So yeah, I agree. I think it's hard to hang your hat on one piece of data. I think this needs to be one piece of it, but in the end of it, I think it's going to have to be a judgment call.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that.
Well, I don't necessarily need a vote or direction on this tonight, but I did want to share the updated version. I feel pretty comfortable with it. So maybe at this point, I've shared it with the board. Mull it over a little bit, and maybe we can revisit it on the October 6th at the board retreat. The last real piece, there's two pieces left, but this is, I think, the last big one is, and we haven't discussed it yet, is IDPH guidelines, which really were the complication last time around when there was a discussion about hybrid and remote and kind of pushed us one way or the other. This continues to be a hurdle, but there have been some developments that I think have changed the game a little bit. One of them was IDPH exclusion protocol, which has become less restrictive. If you remember before, when the board made the decision to go remote, a student or a staff member who demonstrated one symptom had to go get a doctor's note and at the time get a COVID test. That has since changed. And in addition, previously IDPH didn't allow a doctor or physician to make a diagnosis for a longer period of time. And we've talked to, I've been on a call with IDPH, they discussed this. DeKalb County Health Department has been pretty clear about this. They are allowing physicians now to write a diagnosis for seasonal pre-existing or chronic conditions. For example, allergies, whether it's congestion, migraines, things that are caused by the changing of the seasons. Now a physician's note will excuse a student or a staff member. I think the IDPH recognizes that there's a judgment call there as well, and a physician who knows a student or a staff member is now allowed to write that diagnosis, present that to the school, and would allow a student or a staff member to return to school unless those symptoms changed. If the symptoms changed significantly or additional COVID symptoms started to present themselves, the protocol would be triggered again, and then that staff member or student would have to go see the doctor again or potentially get a COVID test. Those things, that changes things quite a bit, gives us a little bit more flexibility, gives staff and students a little bit more flexibility, but it doesn't remove the protocol completely. Students or staff members who present symptoms are still going to need to be isolated, at least on that first time that they present those symptoms, and then be asked to see a physician and potentially consider having a COVID test done. Which brings us to isolation spaces. What's changed for us is that new equipment has been purchased that allows us to clean those spaces differently than we had planned to clean them before. So previously, the spaces could be sprayed with a sprayer, they could be wiped down with a hand, towel, paper towel, sprayed on cleaners. We now have foggers that can that can disinfect an entire classroom space, not a gym or anything that large, but an entire classroom space from the door. So a custodian or a maintenance worker, when an isolation space was used, potentially could stand at the door of the room and use this equipment, use those cleaners which have been EPA approved, and clean the entire room, disinfect the entire room all at once. There would be some situations where we wouldn't necessarily disinfect or clean the whole room. We might want to use, or we might want to clean or disinfect individual spaces within a room. But this equipment and the cleaners, especially the new EPA approval ratings that came out recently, have changed that a little bit. One of the other changes is the ability to maybe use different spaces within each of the schools. For example, if specials at the elementary school are done asynchronously, that allows us to consider using the gyms where we can create a larger number of isolation spaces and give us some flexibility once school starts and students return, as well as staff, to use those spaces and not be limited to 1 or 2 or 3. We could use 5 or even 10, depending on how many we set up in those spaces. Many of those gyms have restrooms either within the gym themselves or immediately outside of the gym. So that's one of the requirements, is that an isolation space has an isolated restroom that can be used just for those persons. That's right outside the gym if those work out. And those can be cleaned pretty quickly as well. The DeKalb County Health Department reminded us that IDPH guidance is that 24 hours is ideal before you go in and disinfect a space. But they did share with us that schools are doing that within 15 minutes as opposed to 24 hours. And the reason being that once a space is empty, any germs that might be in the air in an aerosol form, waiting 15 minutes lets those settle onto some surface, where then our foggers are ideal to go in, create that fog in the room with the cleaner, spray it up in the air. I talked with Mark Ekstrom about, some procedures. How would we do that? Spray that up in the air and then let that cleaner fall and then cover, any germs or anything that might be on surfaces. So there's been some changes over the last couple of weeks, actually the last month or so, that allow us to address those isolation spaces much easier, as well as some of the flexibility in the exclusion protocol that were troublesome before. Any questions about those things?
How do we clean the classroom spaces in the high school and the middle school when students rotate out?
We'd still need staff assistance with that. So you're still talking about wiping things down. The difference is that those are situations where students aren't necessarily presenting symptoms. If a student or a staff member presents symptoms, we would treat those a little bit differently.
So we don't have to fog those classrooms every time?
Yes. And while, yes, I'll leave it at that. That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Last piece. I think we talked about this about an hour ago, Chris, and I'm finally coming back to it. Timeline. So here is just a proposed timeline, open to discussion or revision, which doesn't necessarily need to happen tonight, I guess. But tonight, September 22nd, presenting hybrid options to the Board of Education. We would like to start bringing back early childhood students and some of our LEAF students as early as October 5th. There's a board retreat on October 6th. Those board retreats have been between the Board of Education and the administrative team. We could circle back and revisit any of the topics discussed tonight at that point. However, October 6th is in my mind the drop dead date because the next board meeting isn't until, is there one the following week, October 13th? Once you get to the 13th, now you're less than a month away from a proposed return to school on November 4th. I don't know that a decision is necessary tonight. If the board is leaning one way or the other, I'm certainly open to that. But I would ask that a decision be made, some direction given by October 6th about our model, the parallel model, so that if we decide that the metrics look good enough and all the other factors look good enough, we could begin planning for a return to hybrid learning on November 4th using the parallel model. If we moved in that direction, the latest by October 6th, then October 7th through the 30th would be planning, and then we would implement that on November 4th. We did discuss doing that on November 2nd, which is a Monday, but with the day off for Election Day on the 3rd, it just made sense to wait until that 4th, implement it for that Wednesday, Thursday, asynchronous on that Friday, and then start a full week the next following Monday. Any questions or?
Will the board retreat be streamed for our community to hear discussion if there is some?
My understanding, and again, this is going to be my first retreat, but my understanding is that it's done and typically it's done in kind of a different layout. It's more of a work session for the board and the administrative team. It would be harder to stream that anywhere else than right here, right now. That retreat could be done in a variety of different ways. You know, there could be an initial part of that meeting that happens in this space, and then we move to a larger space where the administrative team and the board can then proceed with the work that would ordinarily happen at a board retreat. But it would be hard to move the meeting to another location and live stream it in the way that we've been doing it for the last couple of months. And we don't necessarily need to make that decision tonight, I guess, but that is important to be thinking about.
I'm just hesitant to have that discussion outside of the public being able to hear what we're talking about if they choose not to come in person.
I think one option is that the meeting starts in here. We start with that agenda item, discussion, any decision that needs to be made. If any further discussion, you know, with the admin team, you know, questions about things, you know, that can still happen in here. And then when the board and the administrative team move to other work items, then we could move to a different location here at the high school. And I can work with Jim on the location.
Yeah, that's workable. We could maybe use the cafeteria or something like that.
Yeah. We've used the library for a couple of meetings.
Library, yeah.
The admin team, and that's worked pretty well.
Really what we're saying is that we got to have something ready to go. October 6th is the drop dead date to make this work for November 4th.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have an official board meeting on the calendar right now before October 6th.
Doesn't mean there couldn't be a special board meeting if you wanted to, but I know that there's been a lot of meetings here over the last couple of months, so that's another thing to consider.
I'll share that I'm ready to vote now, but I think that we do need to have a vote as quickly as possible, and because parents need time to plan. I've heard that repeatedly. Many of them have to change their work schedules 30 days out. So if we don't tell them till October 7th, October 9th, whatever it is, that their kids are going to be back in class November 4th, they're going to be put in a tough spot. So I would say that for that reason, we need to push to get a vote as soon as possible. That doesn't mean it has to be tonight, but it does need to be soon. And I will reiterate what my stance has been since July, which is we need to get the kids back in the classroom. And it's been week after week of heartbreaking stories here at the podium, heartbreaking emails here, heartbreaking messages on Facebook. There are parents, kids that this is not working for. And that's not due to a lack of effort from everybody at the tables, from everybody in the room, from all the teachers. It is just due to the environment. And we are exposed to the stories that we hear about, but that's from parents who are engaged. And I would stress that there are so many kids who do not have engaged parents that we aren't even hearing about. They aren't even showing up in surveys or statistics because they don't have anybody advocating on their behalf. So we need to find a way to make this work.
So thank you, Eric. That being said, I'd move to adopt the parallel plan.
That would be out of order because we don't have it listed as an action item on the agenda. So we can give direction, but we can't.
Can we give direction by consensus, or how's that work?
What's that?
Can we give direction by consensus, or how's that work?
Well, we can say we can advise the superintendent as to
that's
whether we agree with that proposal or not, but it's not a vote. It's not a formal vote.
but you've got my full consensus on moving forward, Steve, on the parallel plan.
I also support the parallel model.
I do as well.
So do I.
Me too. Anybody else care to express an opinion?
I'm hesitant to support it because we don't know the full cost. And given that we embraced a hybrid model and then kind of backtracked on that, given the cost, this makes me nervous as well when we're talking about needing additional staff, but we haven't identified what those costs will be yet.
Well, then let's, for the board workshop evening, why don't we set a preliminary special board meeting, after which we'll then adjourn. Well, it's really, it's conducted, the workshop's conducted the same way as a meeting anyway, so we'll just put this item on the agenda for the workshop. And we'll make it a voting item, and that way we can take a vote, and maybe we could get some additional information on costs. There were costs in the slides, but I don't, as you say, I don't know if those are accurate or not, so it would be nice to see that. And any other details that we need to see?
We're, as the principals have said, this is an ongoing conversation. I would expect that there will be some updates to the plan itself. We'll continue to learn from other school districts and kind of work with our staff to identify potential problems. So we can provide an update to the parallel plan as well as a detailed cost estimate.
Well, I think you have enough information from the board to know that we're leaning towards supporting the parallel model, so we can keep working on that and get that on the agenda for the October 6th meeting, and we can go from there.
Okay.
Anything else?
There are two other items under the superintendent's report. It's hard to believe that, to remind myself to go back to the agenda here for a second. First of all is the Sycamore Education Foundation. There's been a memorandum of understanding between the SEF and the school district. Covers a variety of topics. We've made some revisions to it. I gave the final revised draft to the SEF board actually last night at one of their meetings. They had very good questions. A couple of new members to that board who have expertise in a couple of areas that really lend themselves to reviewing the MOU. But last night was the first time they had seen it, and after some really good discussion, they asked if we could just hold off a little bit longer before voting on it. So the foundation board did not act on the MOU last night, and I would recommend that we table any further action on the MOU on our end as well.
Yeah, it's still on the table from the last meeting, so we can just leave it there unless someone moves to take it off. Okay, we'll just leave it on the table.
And policy revisions, this would be the adoption of Press Policy Update 104 that we discussed at the last board meeting with one exception. There's one policy, 4180, that's pretty substantial and has to do with the operations of a school district during a pandemic. We've asked our attorneys for some legal guidance on that, haven't received it yet, so I would recommend that the board approve all of the policies as presented with the exception of policy 4180.
And I'll just say that that's in our next packet. It's repeated itself. It's in the next packet that we just reviewed at the last policy committee meeting. And it does, the notes to that particular policy say that you should have it reviewed by your attorney. So I think it's worth waiting to see what the attorneys say about the proposed language in the policy.
Make a motion to approve minus that policy.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call?
Wren?
Yes.
Shiloh?
Yes.
Davy?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yes.
Dombeck?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution regarding the fiscal year 21 district budget as presented?
So moved, Eric.
Is there a second?
Second, Jacobson.
Jeff.
Did you get it? Moved and seconded. Discussion?
I think based on our discussions, it's a pretty conservative budget, and even though the deficit spending is in there, I think I'm still confident in the way that we've been doing the budgets the last couple of years that we'll still end the year in a pretty good spot. So,
Yeah, if COVID doesn't
right,
doesn't take us down. Any other discussion? Roll call?
Shiloh,
Yes.
Davy,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Jones,
yes.
Nelson.
Yep.
Wren,
Yes.
Dombeck,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you. Open discussion, issues, observations, questions?
Just one brief thing more. Moulton reached out to me and did want to share that one of the things that I've struggled with in these presentations, and that was noted in the presentation tonight, was being able to hear people if we're in that type of parallel model. And there is a little frame that you can put under your mask that gives you some space so you have more projection, more breathing ability. That may be something we might want to look into if staff, if we go that direction, because it'd be easier for them to breathe, easier for them to speak, especially if they're trying to do two things at once. So she has I think a niece that's a teacher in another state that's been using them, and brought them to my attention. I think they're actually on Amazon and other places, so just wanted to bring that up.
Is that similar to a singing mask, Steve?
Yeah, it's kind of like just a little plastic frame that goes underneath the people that are wearing the mask. So it gives you a little room.
Right.
So,
I've seen those.
and they're like a pack of 5 for like $8 or something, so not expensive.
Somebody gave me one of those, and it works really well. I don't use it all the time, but it works really well for that purpose.
Yep.
We can look at purchasing some of those.
Mm-hmm.
I know the auditorium is cleared out at this late hour, but I just wanted to say thank you to all the parents and students who addressed the board tonight. As always, they're very impressive, especially the kids. I mean, that takes a lot of courage to get up and really express yourself, and I think they all did a great job. And they should know that their concerns are always heard, and we're doing the best to reflect those on our actions. So we'll continue to press forward for the betterment of the kids.
Please.
Mine's unrelated, but Jim, just wanted to make you aware, I did reach out to Steve. I expressed some disappointment that there has not been a technology committee meeting in the last at least year. I think Steve sits on that committee with me as well. I know there was a time where we were invited to those. There have been a lot of technology challenges and changes in the last 12 months, so I find it disappointing that we haven't been included in those discussions. So I know Steve's now aware of it, but
Can we get one of those scheduled?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
I just wanted to really just say thanks to all the parents that have clearly stepped up, that have been able to absorb the resources for the Chromebooks, because obviously as we sit here at the end of September, we still don't have Chromebooks in, and I mean, based on what we're seeing now with technology being really one-to-one, because a lot of parents and a lot of households, and I'm sure they're making a little bit of sacrifices to make that work, and using their own devices. If that wasn't happening, we'd have a lot of students right now without devices. So I just think that speaks volumes of this community, and being able to, and I think it's a really, really, really important thing. And I just really want to, just a quick shout out to the parents and just say thank you for really stepping up and doing that and communicating it back to the district that you're willing to use your own devices. And I'm sure that leads to a little bit of technology things when you've got a student on an Apple and you got a student, on a Chromebook, and they're trying to struggle with that. But without them stepping up, without the community stepping up, we're in a much worse position that we're even in right now. So, and it doesn't look like there's an end in sight for these Chromebooks coming in. So it's really important, and a big thank you to the parents for doing that.
I just wanted to bring up the fact that some of the issues that were surfaced from comments revolved around technology. And I don't know about the testing issues, but that does seem a little awkward if you can't skip a question and then go back and look at it later. I mean, that just that's the natural way of testing. So
Yeah.
hopefully we can look into that a little bit. I don't know, is there any reason why we couldn't give textbooks to people who want textbooks as an additional?
I think some of the
resource?
curriculum has been moved to a digital resource, but I know that there are some classes that still use textbooks. I don't have a good sense of that off the top of my head. I do know that our daughter, who's a sophomore, picked up some textbooks at the high school, but I know some of the classes use pretty much all digital resources.
But if there are textbooks, they're available for
Yeah.
students to pick up and take home and use.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I don't know what the issues were about Google, but apparently there were some. I don't know if that's universal or if that was just a unique situation. And then I wasn't sure about the single sign-on thing, something about multiple sign-ons, so.
Yeah, there are some programs, software packages that allow for single sign-ons, others don't. I want to say that Canvas does, but Infinite Campus does not. But we can look to implement single sign-on where it's available.
Yeah, anything we can do to help make things a little bit easier and simpler would probably go a long way.
Yeah.
Anything else for open discussion, issues, observations, questions, future agenda items?
You may not know the answer to this off the top of your head, Steve, but is there anything locking us into our existing Chromebook order that would prevent us from just ordering them wherever we can find them right now?
But we have a signed agreement with that vendor. We've gone over that multiple times to see if we found devices in another resource and that could get here faster. We're locked into that agreement. We've looked at that.
Even though they've breached the agreement?
Well, and we've run it by our legal team, is my understanding. I think that the circumstances of the pandemic and the limited availability of some of the components that were required.
Oh, the act of God defense.
Yeah, we have looked into that.
Okay.
If we could get out of that, at this point, it doesn't appear that we can do that. And the good news is, although we've only got a ship date for one of those orders, we know that the devices are back in production. So that was the first step, is just to make sure that the factories are up and running again, which they are.
Anything else? Is there a motion to go into executive session for the consideration of matters related to the appointment, employment, compensation, or dismissal of personnel and imminent litigation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call.
Davy?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes. Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yep.
Wren?
Yes.
Shiloh?
Yes.
Dombeck?
Yes.
Motion carried.
personnel report as presented.
So moved.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Roll call.
Jones?
Yes.
Nelson?
Yep.
Wren?
Yes.
Shiloh?
Yes.
Davy?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes.
Dombeck?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.